Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
This is not a movie plot. It is a real murder case, and by the end of this video, you will wish it was fiction. Tonight, you are going to walk through a crime that did not happen in some distant haunted castle or abandoned asylum. It happened in a normal town, on a normal street, to people who looked exactly like the ones you pass every single day. The victim had a job, a routine, a favorite drink, a worn-out couch in front of a cheap TV. The killer had a smile everyone trusted. On paper, it was just another sudden death. But when investigators pulled at one loose thread, the entire story began to unravel into something sick, calculated, and terrifyingly close to home. This is the kind of case that does not end when the file is closed or the sentence is read. The details stay with you. The sounds, the small decisions, the one moment where everything could have been stopped but wasn't. So turn down the lights, make sure your doors are locked, and listen carefully. Because once you hear how this really happened, you will never look at the people around you or the things they hand you the same way again. 1.1. Blue-collar mornings. If you want to understand how all of this started, you have to see one of my mornings before everything went wrong. Not the hospital, not the detectives, not the poison. Just me, my kitchen, and that stupid gray thermos. The last normal morning of my life started at 5:32 a.m. I know the time because our kitchen clock has been stuck 3 minutes fast for years, and every morning I do the same math in my head when I glance at it. The red numbers on the cheap digital thing over the stove glowed 5:35, which meant it was actually 5:32, which meant I still had just enough time to sit, drink bad coffee, and pretend I was not already behind on everything. The kitchen was lit by a single yellow bulb over the sink, the kind that makes everything look a little more tired than it really is. The cabinets were that fake wood grain laminate that already looked old when we moved in. The duplex itself sits at the edge of a shared parking lot in a little pocket of suburban Pennsylvania, one of those places where every unit looks identical except for the satellite dishes and the amount of rust on the cars. The fridge was doing its usual thing in the corner, humming loud and steady like an old man snoring. It would hum for a while, then cut off with a soft click from the relay, leaving this weird pocket of silence like the whole room was holding its breath. Then a minute later, it would wheeze back to life again. I did not really notice that sound until I started replaying these mornings in my head, but it was always there. There was the smell of cheap coffee burning in the machine I buy whatever's on sale in the big tubs, and a faint hint of toast that got a little too dark in the toaster. That's my contribution to the kitchen caffeine and charred bread. Everything else is Jenna's domain. Jenna was standing at the counter in her old Penn State t-shirt and pajama pants, one hand on her hip, the other holding a plastic jug of iced tea. Next to her, sitting on the counter like it always did, was my gray thermos. It was nothing special. Stainless steel scuffed up a few small dents near the bottom, where I had dropped it off a ladder once. The paint on the lid had chipped away around the edges, showing the metal underneath. It had been with me on jobs for years, construction sites, warehouses, parking garages, and now the science building up on the hill. Jenna unscrewed the lid and set it down with a quiet tap on the counter. When she twisted the body of the thermos, the metal threads scraped against each other with that same ugly little sound they always made, gruk. It is funny how normal that sound was back then. Just metal against metal. Now I hear it in my head in the middle of the night, and my whole body tenses up. "Sit," Jenna said over her shoulder without looking back at me. "You're limping again." "I always limp in the morning," I said, lowering myself into the chair at the small table in the corner. "Takes my knees a couple miles to remember what they're for." The chair creaked in protest. "I am 36, but my joints think they are 60. I looked down at my self-t-shirt with the company logo work pants already stained from who knows how many job socks mismatched because the dryer eats them. I had developed the beginnings of a belly over the last few years, the kind of soft curve that shows up when you work hard, but eat fast food between jobs. On the table in front of me was the usual mess grocery store coupons. I would never cut a stack of unopened mail, a red folder from the attorney, and a couple of crayon drawings from our daughter Angela. Somewhere in the pile was a letter about Jenna's lawsuit. I knew that, but I had not read any of it. Legal language makes my brain shut down faster than any horror story ever could. Angela was at the other end of the table, half on the chair and half off one leg, dangling and kicking the air. She was 6, with bedhead curls sticking out in all directions, and a cartoon t-shirt 3 sizes too big that used to be mine. Her eyes were glued to the little TV on the counter, where some bright-colored cartoon was shouting about friendship and magic. She shoveled spoonful after spoonful of cereal into her mouth, barely looking down at the bowl. The spoon clinked against the ceramic in a steady rhythm, clink, clink, clink. Outside, through the thin window, I could hear the first garbage truck of the morning backing through the parking lot. The beeping came in slow, measured bursts. Beep, beep, beep. White light swept across the blinds as it turned, and then the roar of the engine drowned everything else out for a moment before fading again. "Your lawyer called yesterday," Jenna said, breaking into my half-asleep thoughts. She had finished filling the thermos and was tapping it lightly with her fingernail, like she was testing a melon at the store. "They're saying maybe 700 to 800, after fees." She did not have to say 700 to 800,000. We both knew what she meant. That kind of number does not need extra syllables. I let out a low whistle. That's more zeros than I know what to do with. She finally looked up at me, and for a second the tired lines around her eyes softened. "Yeah, well, do not get too excited. It is not in the account yet." Angela paused her cereal mid-bite. "Are we going to be rich?" she asked, eyes wide. I laughed. Rich is a strong word. We might be able to afford cereal that does not go on sale every week. Angela snorted and went back to her cartoon, apparently satisfied. Jenna leaned both hands on the counter and stared down at the red folder. For once, she said quietly, "I want something that's just mine." I looked at her profile under that yellow light. She was only 38, but stress had already carved small lines at the corners of her mouth and eyes. Her first husband had died on a highway when a tractor trailer drifted across the line. She had working-class grief, too busy paying bills and keeping a child fed to really sit down and cry. "You know I don't want your money," I said. "I just want to get off ladders before I'm 50. She smirked, but it did not quite reach her eyes. "Yeah, I know. You and that HVAC shop dream. I could picture it so clearly in my head, my own truck with my name on the side, a little strip mall office somewhere along Route 6, a real business license framed on the wall. No more depending on foremen and contracts and big companies to throw me scraps. No more hoping someone else picked up the phone and gave us work." In the middle of daydreaming about my imaginary logo, I reached out toward the counter for my gray thermos. The metal was cool against my palm, condensation already forming on the outside from the iced tea Jenna had just poured. The lid clicked back on with another grrk as I twisted it shut. Right as my fingers closed fully around it, there was a violent crash to my left. The sound shattered the quiet of the kitchen ceramic against tile milk, splattering metal spoon skidding across the floor. My heart jumped so hard I felt it in my throat. My chair scraped loud across the linoleum as I jerked halfway to my feet. Angela stared down at the floor, eyes wide, cereal bowl in pieces around her bare toes. For a split second, before my brain caught up, every nerve in my body screamed that something bad had happened, something worse than broken dishes. Then the fridge kicked back on with its familiar hum, and the world snapped back into place. Damn it. Ange Jenna sighed, grabbing a roll of paper towels. That was our last good bowl. Angela looked up, guilty milk on her chin. Sorry. My foot slipped. I sank back into my chair, pulse still racing. I could feel the blood pounding in my ears, louder than the garbage truck, louder than the TV, louder than the hum of the fridge. All that adrenaline over nothing more than a kid knocking over breakfast. That's one way to wake me up, I muttered, trying to turn it into a joke. Who needs coffee when you have a heart attack at 6 a.m? Jenna shot me a half smile as she cleaned. You're jumpy lately, she said. Maybe you do need a break. Maybe I did. But breaks do not pay rent. By the time the mess was cleaned up, and another bowl of cereal was poured, this time in a plastic bowl, just in case I had my boots on my tool belt slung over my shoulder and my thermos in hand. The metal felt heavier than usual, or maybe that was just me. I kissed Angela on the top of the head, then leaned over to kiss Jenna's cheek. Her skin was cool, still smelling faintly of the night fabric softener and sleep. Drive safe, she said, and she said it the same way she always did, like it was part of a script we had been reading our whole lives. I'll try not to fall off anything, I said. I was almost at the door when she called my name again. Ray. One more thing? I turned back. She had moved from the sink to the table, that red attorney folder open, now a crisp document pulled halfway out. This came yesterday, she said. It's about your life insurance through work. The agent said I should talk to you about updating it. I walked back, the thermos hanging from my fingers, leaving a faint ring of condensation on the table when I set it down. She slid the paper toward me and tapped a line near the bottom. It just changes the beneficiary, she said. If something happens to you on a job, I don't want to be fighting with your company or your mother. It should go straight to me and Angela. It's just easier. It made sense. People fall off ladders all the time. I had seen guys break ankles, shatter wrists. I had patched up more cuts than I could remember with electrical tape and whatever napkins were in the work truck. Where do I sign? I asked. She handed me a pen. As I bent over the paper, the kitchen suddenly seemed very quiet. The TV had cut to a commercial. The garbage truck had moved on. Even the fridge had picked that moment to switch off, leaving that thick, padded silence behind. I scratched my name on the line, the sound of the pen on cheap paper loud in my ears. Scritch, scritch, scritch. I did not read the rest. I did not check the fine print. I did not think about what it means to write your name on a piece of paper that only matters when you are dead. I straightened up, capped the pen, and slid the document back to her. She tucked it neatly into the red folder, closed it, and gave me a small, satisfied nod. I signed, I told myself, grabbing my thermos again and heading for the door. Now if I fall, they'll be okay. Later, much later, lying in a hospital bed with wires stuck to my chest and my hair coming out in clumps, I would remember that exact moment in my kitchen. The yellow light, the quiet, the sound of metal threads grinding together as I picked up my thermos and realized it was the first real step toward everything that came next. Back then, though, it was just another line on just another form. I signed without reading the fine print. If I had, it would not have changed anything. 1.2. The Science Building on the Hill. The community college where this all really started does not look scary from the road. It just sits on a low hill outside town, a square red brick building, and a faded sign with a mascot nobody remembers. But if you pull off the highway before sunrise and drive up into the back lot like we did, it feels different. The morning I am thinking of the sky was the color of dishwater. The parking lot was already full of tired sedans and work trucks lined up under buzzing sodium vapor lights. That pale yellow glow made everything look washed out and sick, like the world had a low-grade fever. I killed the engine, sat for a second, with my hands on the wheel, and watched my breath fog the inside of the windshield. At the top of the little rise, the science building stared back at me. The upper windows were still dark. Only the lobby lights were on, turning the glass doors into two yellow rectangles floating in the gray. When I stepped out, my work boots hit cracked asphalt with a dull thud. Gravel shifted under every step as I crossed the lot thermos, swinging in my hand tool bag, dragging my shoulder down on one side. Somewhere to my left, a car alarm chirped, once then went quiet like it had changed its mind. Nick was already at the stairs, coffee in a foam cup hoodie pulled up against the cold. Next to him stood Carl, older, thick shoulders rounded from years of lifting wire reels, and Shane, the kid jaw already bulged out with fresh tobacco. "Morning, Grandpa," Nick called. "You want us to put a handrail on the ladder today? Keep it up," I said, climbing. "You'll be the one in the attic all afternoon." Shane spat into his empty cup and smirked. He is scared of ghosts. He is not going in any attic. We laughed just enough to feel awake. Above us, the sodium lights hummed, turning the concrete stairs a flat, sickly gray. Inside the hallway swallowed our voices almost instantly. The floor was a checkerboard of off-white and yellowed tiles. The walls were painted that no-color beige you only see in schools and hospitals. Overhead, the drop ceiling sagged in places. The fluorescent tubes buzzed and flickered, leaving little stutters of darkness at the edges of your vision. Our boots echoed down the corridor, thunk, 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 bouncing off cinder block. From somewhere farther down behind a door, a radio played thin classic rock, the guitar barely winning against the hum of the lights. It was coming from the break room. The college had given us a converted storage closet with a microwave and a vending machine that sounded like it was thinking about exploding. We dumped our jackets and lunch bags in there first. The smell hit me as soon as we opened the door: burned coffee, old pizza, that syrupy sweetness of spilled soda that never quite scrubs out of linoleum. The microwave sat on a metal cart, its display blinking 1200 like it had given up trying. The vending machine hummed in the corner, its light buzzing over rows of snacks no one really wanted, but everyone eventually bought. "Lunch of champions," Nick muttered, slapping the side of it. "If this thing dies, so do we." I set my gray thermos down just long enough to shrug out of my jacket, then grabbed it again as we headed back into the hall toward Lab 3B. Even with motion sensors turning the lights on ahead of us, the corridor never felt truly bright. There were always darker patches near the door's corners where the light just did not seem to reach. The door to 3B had a narrow glass panel at eye level. I wrapped my hand around the handle and pushed it down. The hinge answered with a long, complaining re-mic that scraped right down my spine. "We are fixing that," Shane said under his breath. "If we fix every creepy sound in here," Nick said, "this place will forget it is haunted." Then I stepped inside and the smell hit me. Every lab has a smell even after you clean it. This one was bleach at the front, something sharper and chemical underneath, and an old undertone of paper and dust. Long black countertops stretched in rows, each lined with glassware and bottles the college had supposedly already sorted through. Faded hazard labels clung to some of the containers, their symbols rubbed nearly smooth by gloved hands years ago. They were supposed to clear this building before we showed up. That was the deal. But 3B looked like a class had evacuated 10 minutes before finals and never come back. On the first bench by the door, a rag hung over the edge of the stainless steel sink, stiff with old stains. The stains were a strange yellow-brown, darker toward the middle, like something had soaked up from the inside and dried there. Above it, taped crookedly to the tile, was a piece of notebook paper with black marker, writing in big block letters, "Do not use this rag. Thallium wipe, touch and die." Nick leaned past me to read it. "Touch and die," he said in a low horror movie voice. "That is one way to keep people from using your towel." Shane stopped just inside the doorway. "Is that a joke?" he asked. His laugh came out thin. Before I could answer, another voice spoke from behind us. "It is a joke." We turned. The maintenance guy from campus, late 50s, faded polo ring of keys, the size of my fist, stood in the hall. "That rag's been there longer than I have," he said. "Some grad student thought he was funny back in the day. They pulled all the real stuff out years ago. Thallium cyanide, all that fun. We are not allowed to keep it on site anymore." "So it is harmless," I said. Looking back at the rag, he shrugged. "If it was not, I would be dead, and so would half this hallway. Do not lose sleep over it." We listened to his keys jangle down the corridor as he walked away. The sound faded, and the door clicked shut again. Just like that, it was only us and the lab. I stepped closer to the sink without really thinking about it. Up close, I could see how the fibers of the rag had warped, how the stained spots looked almost baked in. My hand hovered a few inches over the fabric before my brain caught up and reminded me what the sign actually said. Touch and die. The skin on my arms rippled with goosebumps. I do not scare easy from words on paper, but there is something about seeing die written in thick marker in a room that already smells wrong. I pulled my hand back and wiped it on my jeans, even though I had not touched anything. "Relax," Nick said, bumping my shoulder as he went past. "If that rag was going to kill anybody, it would have taken out the janitor years ago." Still not using it to wipe my hands, I muttered. We spread out into our usual positions. Carl went to the back corner to wrestle conduit. Shane started marking runs along the ceiling grid. Nick claimed a ladder near the middle and dragged it into place, its feet squealing on the tile. For a while, the room filled with the usual job noises, ladders, scraping tape measures, snapping back metal tools, clinking on countertops. Someone dragged the radio in and turned it up so thin guitars and tired drums bounced off glass cabinets and tile. Then, like it always did in that building, there came one of those moments where everything lined up wrong. Carl switched off his drill. The song on the radio ended. The HVAC cut out. For a few seconds, all the sounds dropped away at once, leaving only the high electric whine of the lights overhead. In that weird quiet, I could hear my own breath louder than it should have been. The lab felt too big and too small at the same time, like the walls had leaned in an inch while we were not looking. I have worked in a lot of places. Warehouses that smelled like oil spills from the 80s schools, with broken windows, churches that creaked when nobody was walking. But this building always felt like we had shown up right after something bad happened, like we were installing new nerves in a body that had already died. Late in the morning, I hauled a ladder over to the far bench, the one near the sink. I set my gray thermos down on the countertop next to an outlet and my open toolbox. The metal base made a small, hollow toque on the steel. I climbed a few rungs and pushed aside a ceiling tile. Dust sifted down, catching the fluorescent light. Up in the dark space above it smelled like insulation and mouse droppings. I started feeding cable through listening to it hiss along the metal rails. Out of the corner of my eye, something moved. a dark shape flashed past the narrow window in the lab door. My chest clenched. The ladder wobbled under my boots as I twisted toward the door heart thudding in my ears. For a second, I only saw my own reflection in the glass and the rows of benches behind me. Then the shape slid past again slower, and I realized it was the janitor's cart pushed by the same maintenance guy as before. The mop bucket sloshed when he turned the corner. He did not even glance in. I let out a breath I had been holding too long and felt stupid for the way my hands were shaking. Jesus, I muttered. Going to kill myself jumping at shadows. What Nick called over the music. Nothing I said. Thought I saw a ghost. By the time lunch rolled around, the lab felt almost normal again. We left tools where they were and drifted back to the break room, following the smell of reheated leftovers. The microwave beeped angrily every time someone yanked the door open early. The vending machine hummed like a nervous animal in the corner. After we ate, I walked back into 3B ahead of the others. The room was still. The rag still hung by the sink, its paper sign still warning in thick black letters, thallium wipe, touch and die. Without really thinking, I went to the same bench next to the sink and the outlet and set my gray thermos down in the exact same spot as before. The sound it made on the stainless steel was small but sharp like a period at the end of a sentence. That spot by the sink with the stained rag and the outlet became where I always left my thermos. If you trace a line from that countertop to my hospital bed, it goes straight through my veins. 1.3 Pranks and Signatures. If you have never worked construction or electrical on a long job, you probably think the scariest thing on site is the ladder or the live panel. It is not. The most dangerous thing on any crew is a bored man with too much caffeine and access to your drink. We had our own little culture in that building on the hill. Tools in the same place every day, same jokes every morning, same radio station whining through the static. And always, the same row of drinks lined up on whatever flat surface we claimed for ourselves. Coffee cups, Gatorade bottles, gas station, sodas, my gray thermos. It started small. Someone would put a Sharpie mustache on the label of your water bottle. Someone would swap your Diet Coke for regular and wait for you to complain. The kind of harmless, stupid pranks guys pull to keep from going insane. Until the day the prank crossed the line from stupid to disgusting. We were midday in Lab 3B. The radio in the corner was playing some old Aerosmith track, and we had half the ceiling grid open. Dust dotted our hair and coveralls. The air tasted like drywall and old chemicals. On the center bench, next to a pile of wire nuts and a stripped piece of Romex, there were two identical 20-ounce Coke bottles. One was full and sweating cold. The other sat 3/4 full of a dark, cloudy liquid that did not move quite right when you nudged it. That second bottle belonged to Shane. He dipped tobacco all day, and instead of using a cup like a normal human being, he spat into his empty Coke bottle. The thing had been sitting there getting warmer and thicker all morning. Dude, you got a cap that I had told him more than once. It looks like roadkill juice. He just grinned around his lower lip and said, "Keeps people from drinking my soda." Turns out he was half right. Sometime around lunch, when everyone started moving toward the break room, Nick hung back with that look on his face that always meant trouble. "You are all too serious," he said, glancing from one bottle to the other like he was about to pick a card from a magician's deck. "We need a little morale boost." "Nick," I warned already, feeling my stomach tighten. "Do not." But he was quick. In one smooth motion, he grabbed the spit bottle, peeled the label halfway off, slapped it onto the full Coke, and set them back down. To a casual glance, they looked identical. "You're gonna make him drink that?" I asked. It's a 50-50 shot, Nick said. Those are good odds. For me, anyway. He walked away, whistling. I should have switched them back. I should have said something. Instead, I shook my head and told myself it was dumb but harmless. That was the kind of lie we all lived on. 10 minutes later, Shane came back in from the hall, talking around his dip. He grabbed a bottle without looking and twisted the cap off with a sharp pop. The smell hit me before he even raised it to his lips, that sour, rotten mix of old soda spit and stale tobacco. It came off the bottle in a wave that cut through the chemical stink of the lab. "Wait," I started. Too late. He took a big swallow. For half a second, his face did not change. Then his eyes went wide. His whole body spasmed like he had licked a live wire. He wrenched the bottle away and spat a thick brown spray onto the spotless lab floor. What the? The rest turned into coughing. Violent, choking coughs that bent him double. The smell mushroomed out into the room, heavy and salty and absolutely rancid. It was the worst parts of a truck stop bathroom and a dirty ashtray rolled into one. My own gag reflex lit up. Nick was already doubled over, laughing so hard he wheezed. "No way, man, you did not." Shane tried to talk and coughed again, strands of brown spit hanging from his mouth. He staggered to the sink, hacking, and turned on the water hard enough that it splashed the counter. The sound of him trying to rinse his throat, gargling, choking, spitting, echoed off the tile and glass like someone being strangled. Holy, I clamped my own mouth shut and swallowed hard against the bile creeping up. The air in the lab felt thicker, hotter, like the smell had weight. Carl stepped back, hand over his nose. "You guys are children," he said, but there was a smile in his voice. When Shane could finally breathe again, he just stood there gripping the edge of the sink, water running. He looked at the bottle on the bench like it was a live grenade. Then he started laughing, a raw, hoarse sound that cracked in the middle. "You're dead," he wheezed at Nick. "You are so dead. You watch your drink, man. You watch everything." Nick wiped tears from his eyes. "Worth it," he said. That was so worth it. The whole crew was in stitches, the kind of laughter that hurts your ribs and makes you feel lightheaded. Even I laughed, even as my stomach roiled from the smell and the sound. Looking back, it is one of the last times I laughed that hard without it hurting somewhere deeper. I remember thinking as I leaned against the bench that this was us in a nutshell, dangerous idiots playing with disgusting things and trusting that the worst we would get was a bad taste in our mouths. We were idiots, but we were each other's idiots. The thing about that kind of humor, though, is it teaches you a dangerous lesson, that whatever is in your bottle, your cup, your thermos is fair game if somebody thinks it will be funny. And on our crew, there was one guy who leaned into that more than the rest. His name was Marty, a trim, wiry guy in his early 30s who had joined us halfway through the job. From day one, he treated everyone's drinks like props in his own private comedy show. He never did anything truly harmful, not that we knew of, but he was the type to move your coffee cup to the other side of the room just to watch you panic or flip your bottle upside down in the crate so you thought it was empty. Once he unscrewed my Gatorade cap just enough that when I picked it up by the lid, the whole bottle dropped and splashed my boots. "You gotta stay alert out here, Ray," he said, laughing as I cursed and shook sticky liquid off my laces. "Could save your life one day." Sometimes when he got bored, he would pick up my gray thermos and shake it casually, feeling the slosh inside. "What's the magic potion today?" he would ask. "Straight whiskey, motor oil, put it down." I would snap, half joking, half serious. He always did, eventually setting it back down with that small metallic toque on the bench. But every time I saw someone else's hand on that thermos, something in me bristled even before I had any real reason to be protective. At the time, if you had asked me who was most likely to mess with someone's drink in a dangerous way, I would have pointed at Marty without thinking. He had the personality for it, the reputation. The motive, not so much. But back then, none of us were thinking about motives. We were just trying to get through 12-hour days. Whatever else was happening in that building, however many ghosts it felt like we were working on top of the biggest threats in my mind, were gravity, electricity, and the guys I ate lunch with. Then I would go home and the real threat would sit across the table from me smiling. That night, after the great tobacco spit incident, and half a day of bad jokes about mystery juice, I drove home with the windows cracked, trying to clear the smell out of my nose. The sun was going down over the strip malls and gas stations along Route 6, turning everything the color of rust. When I pulled into our lot, kids were riding bikes in lazy circles, their parents smoking on the steps. I carried my tool bag in one hand, my thermos in the other. The metal felt warm now, holding on to the heat of the day. Inside the house smelled like something simmering on the stove, tomato sauce and garlic. The TV in the living room was on low, some game show audience clapping on a loop. Jenna was at the kitchen counter with the red attorney folder open, phone pressed between her ear and shoulder. She was writing something down, her handwriting tight and fast. "Yeah," she was saying. "No, I understand. After fees." "Right. Okay, thank you." She hung up and let out a long breath through her nose. For a second, her shoulders dropped, all the fight and tension draining out of her, like someone had opened a valve. Then she saw me and pulled it all back in. "How was work?" she asked. "Educational," I said, dropping my bag by the door. "I have seen hell, and it is in a half-empty Coke bottle." She made a face. "I do not even want to know." "Trust me, you don't." Angela ran in and wrapped herself around my leg, chattering about something that happened in first grade. I listened with half an ear, the way parents do, nodding and saying "wow" in the right places while watching Jenna close the red folder. "What did the lawyer say?" I asked when Angela finally ran off toward her room. Jenna tapped the folder with one finger. "They are saying it's basically a done deal now. We are looking at around 700 and some change. Maybe more depending on what the judge signs off on." Holy... I caught myself, glanced toward the hallway. "That's good. That's really good." She nodded, but her face did not light up the way I expected. If anything, she looked more serious. "There's one more thing," she said, reaching into the folder again. "Your agent called too." She pulled out a different set of papers, cleaner, whiter, less creased. She laid them on the table in front of me. "It's about your life insurance through the company," she said. "Right now, if something happens to you, it's a mess. It's split in a way that would take months to untangle. With everything going on, I want it simple. For me and for Angela. For once." I sat down. The chair groaned under me. The TV in the living room cut to a commercial, a smiling family in a house way nicer than ours, talking about how they were protected no matter what happens. I did not miss the irony, but I tried not to look at the screen. "So what do I have to do?" I asked. "Just sign here," she said, sliding a pen toward me. "It updates the beneficiary. If you fall off a ladder or get electrocuted or whatever, it goes straight to us. No fighting with HR, no lawyers fighting over it." That's what the agent said. She stood behind my chair, one hand lightly resting on my shoulder. I could feel the warmth of her palm through the fabric of my shirt, steady and familiar. I looked down at the form. Most of it was a blur of paragraphs and section numbers. Near the bottom, a line with my name printed under it waited as patient as a grave. The pen felt heavier than it should have. When I put the tip to the paper and started to write, the sound seemed too loud in the little kitchen. Scritch, scritch, scritch. On the TV, the commercial family laughed around a backyard barbecue, the narrator saying something about peace of mind, while smiling faces clinked glasses. I finished my name, dotted the I, and slid the paper back to her. "There," I said. "If I get flattened by a falling ladder, you are rich." "Do not joke about that," Jenna said, but there was a small smile at the corner of her mouth. She bent down and kissed the top of my head, then gathered the papers and tucked them neatly back into the red folder. Later that night, after dishes and homework and Angela's bedtime story, I stood in the kitchen alone for a moment. The house was dark, except for the stove light. My gray thermos sat on the counter where I had left it empty now. Jenna had washed it and put it upside down in the rack to dry the last drops of water clinging to the rim. When I picked it up, a single ring of moisture was left behind on the laminate, a faint circle that vanished as I watched. I did not know it yet, not then, not for a long time, but in some lab miles away after everything fell apart, men in white coats would look at strands of my hair under bright lights and trace the poison through my life like it was plotted on a map. They would point to a point on that map right around this week and say, "Here. This is where thallium shows up for the first time." On the night I signed my life over to Jenna, she filled my gray thermos like she always did. According to the lab tests they ran years later, that week was the first time thallium ever showed up in my hair. 2.1. The first wave. The first time my body tried to tell me something was wrong, I blamed the ladder. It was late, somewhere between 10 and 11 at night. The part of a shift where time stops being real and just turns into a blur of fluorescent light and sore muscles. Most of the college had gone dark hours ago. The students were gone. The faculty lot was empty. Only the science building was still lit, our little island of humming electricity on the hill. We were down to just 4 of us in Lab 3B, me, Nick, Shane, and Carl. The others had gone home after the day shift. We were the idiots who said yes when the foreman asked for overtime. Someone had turned the radio down to a low murmur. From the break room down the hall, I could hear a thin classic rock riff bleeding through the door, all treble and no bass. The HVAC was running hard, a constant dull roar above the ceiling, like wind trapped in ductwork. We had most of the ceiling tiles pulled back, so the lab looked half unzipped. Shadows pooled in the open grid. The neon light, that dirty yellow from the fixtures that were still on, made everything look jaundiced. Every so often, one tube would flicker, buzzing louder, then settle again. Outside the high windows, the parking lot was a sheet of black cut by a few crooked rows of sodium lamps. A fine mist of rain drifted through the light cones. No cars moved. No one walked by. It felt like we had outstayed the rest of the world. I was halfway up a ladder near the back of the room, arm buried up in the ceiling space, trying to snag a stubborn piece of cable that had wrapped itself around something. My boots were on the 3rd rung from the top, the do not stand above this step rung, which meant I was already pushing my luck. "Give me a little slack," Shane, I called, "unless you want to see if your insurance is paid up." From somewhere above the lab benches, I heard the cable hiss as Shane fed it through. "Slack coming," he said. "Don't fall. I am not strong enough to catch you." I grunted, shifted my weight, and reached a little farther into the dark. My fingers brushed rough insulation, then smooth metal, then the cable. I curled my hand around it and started to pull. That was when it hit me. It felt like the whole room tilted 5 degrees to the left. My stomach flipped hard, like I had just stepped off a curb I did not know was there. For a split second, I was sure the ladder had shifted, that one leg had slipped on something, and I was going over. My free hand spasmed open and slapped against the metal frame above me. The cable burned across my other palm as it slid a few inches. The lab did not move, of course. The ladder was steady, but my vision, it went weird. The fluorescent hum seemed to stretch out like someone had grabbed the sound and pulled it thin. The edges of my sight darkened colors draining down toward the floor. A rush of nausea surged up from nowhere, hot and sharp. My mouth flooded with saliva. Under the taste of coffee and dust was this sudden, unmistakable tang metal, like I had been sucking on a penny. A line of cold sweat slid down the back of my neck under my collar, as if someone had poured ice water along my spine. My hands turned slick. For a moment, everything else dropped away. There was just the pounding of my heartbeat slamming in my ears, drowning out the radio, the HVAC, the soft clank of tools. Ray Nick's voice sounded too far away, like he was at the far end of a tunnel instead of 10 feet below me. "You good up there, old man?" I swallowed hard. My throat clicked. The nausea swelled and then stalled, sitting like a hot stone right behind my sternum. "Yeah," I managed. My voice sounded wrong to my own ears, too tight, too thin. Just dizzy for a sec. "Too much coffee," Shane called. "Told you that gas station sludge is gonna kill you." The cable in my hand felt heavier. I pressed my forehead briefly against the edge of the ceiling tile, trying to will the room to level out again. In the corner of my eye, the fluorescent tube nearest me flickered, buzzed louder, then calmed. The HVAC chose that exact moment to shut off with a soft, final click. The sudden silence hit like a physical thing. Without the roar of the vents, the lab sounded hollow. I could hear the tiny friction of my gloves against metal. I could hear the faint hiss of the cable still slowly sliding over the joists. I could even hear someone, maybe me, breathing too fast. Then underneath all of that, so faint, I almost thought I imagined it. There was another sound, the gentle rub of wires brushing against the ceiling grid, like something was crawling along the metal above my head. My heart hammered harder. Each beat pressed against my ribs like it wanted out. The metallic taste in my mouth intensified. "Ray." Nick's voice again, sharper this time. "Seriously, you okay?" I forced air into my lungs. "I'm fine," I said. "Just stood up too fast," which was technically true. It just was not the whole truth. I took my hand off the frame long enough to grab the cable again. My fingers tingled as if they had fallen asleep. I pulled the last few inches into place, backed down one rung at a time, and did not let go of the ladder until both boots were flat on the tile. When my feet hit the floor, the room steadied a little. The colors came back. The metallic taste faded to something duller. The sweat, though, stayed cold between my shoulder blades, damp in the waistband of my jeans. Nick was watching me, a spool of wire in his hand. His eyebrows were drawn together in a way I did not see very often. "You look like you saw a ghost," he said. "Just tired," I told him, wiping my palms on my pants. "Did another 12 yesterday. I'll be fine." "You are getting old," man Shane added, hopping off his own ladder. "Your warranty's about to expire." I flipped him off without much conviction and reached for my tape measure. My fingers fumbled it the first time. The metal case knocked against the edge of the bench and skittered toward the floor. "Nice hands," Nick said. "You sure you do not want to sit down?" I caught the tape on the second grab and made myself stand up straight. "If I sit, I am not getting back up," I said. "Let's just get this run finished so I can pretend I have a life." On the surface, that was what it was, a moment of dizziness, a little nausea. Any guy on 12-hour shifts living on caffeine and microwaved burritos could explain that away. I did. I had to. Because the alternative, the idea that something serious was happening inside me, was not a thing I could afford to think about. Not with rent due, not with Angela's field trip money on the fridge, not with Jenna's lawsuit hanging in the air like a storm cloud. So I picked up my nut driver, bent down to grab a dropped connector, and told myself to shake it off. My hand brushed the floor, and that was when the night decided to try a different trick. The overhead lights went out. Not slowly, not in sequence. All at once. 1 second the lab was ugly and yellow and full of shadows, and the next it was almost completely dark. The world snapped to black so fast my brain thought it had shut off. For a heartbeat, the only light in the room came from the dim red exit sign above the door and the faint glow of the radio dial across the benches. Everything else was just shapes, ladders, and benches and dangling cables turned into black cutouts against deeper black. My stomach dropped, like I had been pushed. The tool slipped out of my fingers and hit the floor with a sharp clink that sounded way too loud. What the Nick's voice in the dark. Behind me, there was a heavy mechanical chunk as the emergency lights kicked on. 2 fixtures high in the corners flared to life, washing the room in a colder, whiter light. Shadows jumped, stretching across the floor like something trying to grab our feet. For that 1 second of complete dark, though my brain had supplied every possible horror, the rag by the sink had moved. Something had stepped out of the ceiling. Somebody was standing behind me. My heart was doing that painful, stuttery thump again, banging against my ribs like it was trying to break out. "Relax," Shane said, laughing a little too loudly. Breaker tripped. "This place is older than Carl's boots." Carl snorted from somewhere to my left. "You wish," he said. "My boots got another 30 years in them." We all pretended it was funny. The emergency lights hummed overhead, and the room looked small and harmless again, just tile and benches and wires. Still, for a long moment, I did not move. My knees felt hollow. My feet felt wrong, heavy like my boots were full of wet sand. Nick nudged my arm. "You gonna pick up your tool, or you waiting for it to install itself?" I forced a breath out through my nose, bent down again, and grabbed the nut driver from the floor. The world stayed put this time. No tilt, no spin. But down in my calves there was a faint, unpleasant throb, like I had been standing on concrete for days instead of hours. I told myself it was just fatigue, the price of too many overtime shifts and not enough sleep. The next morning, when my legs felt like they had weights strapped to them before I even got out of bed, I told myself the same thing. You do that a lot when something is wrong with you in a way you cannot see. You stack up little lies and lean your whole weight on them, praying they hold. It would be a while before I realized that whatever had started that night on the ladder was not going to go away with a good night's sleep. At the time, all I knew was that for the first time in that building, I was more afraid of my own body than of the dark corners of the lab. 2.2. Burning feet. Numb hands. The morning my feet caught fire, it was a Saturday, which felt like some kind of cosmic joke. I woke up the way I always do on weekends, not because of an alarm, but because my back had decided I had spent enough time horizontal. The room was dim, the kind of gray light that slips through thin curtains on an overcast morning. Our bedroom always smelled faintly like old carpet, and sweat the perfume of cheap rentals. Jenna was still asleep beside me, turned toward the wall blanket pulled up over one shoulder. I could hear the TV from downstairs, low but unmistakable, the bright, bouncy intro of some Disney cartoon Angela liked. The theme song floated up through the floorboards, tinny and cheerful. I swung my legs over the side of the bed like I had done 1,000 times before. My heels dropped toward the floor. The second my bare feet touched the carpet, it felt like I had stepped onto sun-baked concrete in the middle of August. A bolt of pure white-hot pain shot up from my soles into my calves. Not the ache of sore muscles, not a cramp. This was sharp and burning, like the floor itself had turned into a stovetop coil. I yanked my feet up on instinct, But the motion pulled the pain with them. It did not stay on the carpet. It came with me, blooming inside the pads of my feet, searing through the bones. Jesus. The word came out strangled. I tried again, more carefully this time, lowering one foot to test if maybe I had imagined it. The moment I put weight on it, the pain flared even brighter. It was like grinding my foot down onto a pile of ground glass heated in a furnace, tiny shards, cutting and burning at the same time. My knee buckled. My leg went out from under me. I did not fall far, but the way I landed made it sound worse than it was. My shoulder hit the mattress. My hip clipped the edge of the bed, and the metal frame slammed against the wall with a heavy thunk. Ray Jenna's voice snapped awake behind me. She pushed herself up on one elbow, hair falling into her face. What happened? I was half sitting on the floor, now half propped against the mattress, both feet hovering inches above the carpet like it was lava. My feet. They're burning. She blinked, trying to process that. Burning how? Like someone poured acid in them, I said through gritted teeth. I can't stand on them. Downstairs, the cartoon intro rolled into fast, loud dialogue. A character laughed. It sounded like it was coming from another planet. Jenna swung her legs over the side and stood up barefoot without a flinch. She took 2 quick steps around the bed, the carpet not reacting to her at all, and knelt beside me. Her toes brushed the floor like it was normal, harmless. "Can you wiggle them?" she asked. I did. The muscles worked. The pain pulsed, but it did not feel like a sprain or a broken bone. It felt like whatever I was standing on, even though I was not standing, was too hot to exist. "Try again," she said. "Just slowly. Put a little weight." I lowered my right foot. The instant my heel made contact, the burning shot up again, worse than before. My vision blurred for a second. I hissed and ripped it back up. "I can't," I said. "I literally can't." The fear that flickered across her face then lasted only a heartbeat before she smoothed it over. Okay. Just stay there. I'll get you some socks or something." Like fabric was going to fix this. She disappeared into the closet. I sat there on the edge of the bed frame, legs shaking, hands gripping the mattress so hard my knuckles went white. My heart was pounding the way it had on the ladder, but this time there was no tilt, no dizziness, just the steady, relentless burn in my feet. Downstairs, the TV volume went up a notch. Angela must have found the remote. Cartoon laughter floated up through the floor, bright and plastic, completely at odds with the way my body felt. Jenna came back with socks, and after a minute helped me slide them on. The cotton didn't do much, but it at least blurred the psychological hit of seeing my bare skin touch the floor. With her arm around my waist, I tried again. This time, when I put my feet down, the pain was still there, sharp, hot, wrong, but I could grit my teeth and push through it for a few steps. Every movement felt like I was pressing down on a hidden layer of molten sand under the carpet. "See," she said softly, "we'll get you to the bathroom. Maybe you slept funny. Maybe it's a nerve thing." "Yeah," I breathed. "Nerve thing." That phrase would come back to haunt me later. We shuffled like an elderly couple down the short hallway, my weight mostly on her and the wall. Every step sent a spike up my legs. By the time we got to the bathroom, my shirt was sticking to my back with sweat. In the mirror, under the harsh fluorescent light of the bathroom fixture, I looked bad. My face was pale with a grayish tinge under the eyes. There were new lines at the corners of my mouth I did not recognize. "You look like you have the flu," Jenna said quietly, and for a second I thought she might be right. Flu virus, something simple, something that made sense. Except the flu does not make the floor feel like burning metal. We made it back to the bed somehow. I collapsed onto it and stayed there, feet propped on a pillow, while Jenna went downstairs to get me some water and painkillers. I lay on my back, staring up at the ceiling, listening to the muffled cartoon chaos below. It was surreal, the contrast. Below, bright colors, sound effects, canned laughter. Up here, gray light, the smell of old carpet, and the steady pulse of pain in my feet that refused to be ignored. By noon, my hands had decided to join the party. It started as a tingling in the fingertips, like they had fallen asleep, a pins and needles thing. I flexed my fingers, rubbed them together, shook them out. The feeling did not quite go away. It crawled up into my palms, then my wrists. "You need to see a doctor," Jenna said, finally standing in the doorway with her arms folded, worry hiding behind irritation. "This is not just tired." I wanted to argue. I wanted to say we could not afford copays, that I just needed rest, that I had worked through worse. But then I tried to close my right hand into a full fist and realized I could not feel the ridges of my own knuckles against my palm. "Fine," I said. "Let's go." The clinic was in a strip mall next to a laundromat and a pizza place, one of those urgent care joints with a big red cross on the sign and a parking lot full of dented cars. Inside, the air smelled like disinfectant and stale air freshener. The waiting room chairs were hard plastic bolted together in rows. A flu season poster curled at the corners on the wall, showing a smiling family in scarves. The fluorescent lights overhead were too bright, forcing me to squint. My head had started to ache somewhere between the house and here, a dull throb behind my eyes that did not help my mood. When the nurse called my name, I followed her down a narrow hallway lined with more posters: diabetes, blood pressure, know the signs of a stroke. My feet screamed with every step, though. On the outside, they probably just saw a guy walking a little stiff. The exam room was small and cold. White walls, one high window that showed nothing but the gray sky, a metal trash can with a foot pedal, paper on the exam table that crinkled loudly when I sat down. The doctor was younger than I expected. Early 40s, maybe hair-thinning glasses perched low on his nose. He introduced himself, shook my hand, and sat down at the computer. So he said, fingers hovering over the keyboard. "What brings you in today?" I explained. The burning feet, the numb hands, the dizziness on the ladder a few days ago. The fatigue that had been hanging on me for weeks. As I talked, he nodded occasionally, eyes flicking between me and the screen. His fingers tapped the keyboard in short bursts, a dry staccato sound, tuck, 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 tuck. "Any history of diabetes?" he asked. "Neuropathy, back problems?" "No," I said. "Nothing like this. I mean, my back hurts if I sneeze too hard, but that's the job." He smiled politely at that, but it did not reach his eyes. "Any recent viral illness, stomach bug, cold?" "Not really," I said. "Just been tired. I've been doing a lot of overtime. Maybe that's it." He leaned in and pressed on my calves. My ankles tested my reflexes with the rubber hammer. My legs jumped when and where they were supposed to. He had me walk a few steps down the hallway barefoot, which felt like walking on heated concrete laid over knives. I tried not to let it show on my face. Back in the room, he sat again and typed some more. The cursor blinked on the screen, waiting. "Here's what I think," he said finally. "Your symptoms could be consistent with a mild Guillain-Barré type reaction, or just stress-related neuropathy. You work long hours, you are on your feet all day, you probably are not sleeping well. Your body is telling you to slow down." "Guillain, what?" I asked. He waved one hand. "It is an autoimmune condition where your immune system attacks the nerves. But you are not showing the severe signs, no paralysis, no breathing trouble. I am not saying you have it. I am saying you may be having something adjacent triggered by overwork. So I am..." "Fine," he shrugged. Fine-ish. We will do some blood work to be safe. In the meantime, I am going to prescribe you something for the pain and inflammation." He turned to the printer and clicked a button. The machine woke up with a low whir, gears turning, and then spit out a single sheet of paper with a sharp little click. He tore it off and handed it to me. On the page, my name a drug I could not pronounce, instructions I did not really read. "The biggest thing is rest," he said, already half out the door in his posture. "Take a few days off work. Keep your feet elevated. If it gets worse, if you have trouble walking at all, or if the numbness spreads, go to the emergency room. Okay?" "Okay," I said, because what else was I supposed to say? On the ride home, the paper prescription lay on my lap, folded and refolded until the edges went soft. The whir-click sound of the printer replayed in my head, over and over like a machine stamping an official seal on my weakness. At home, Jenna was supportive enough. She drove, asked the right questions, made all the appropriate noises when I told her what the doctor had said. "You need to rest," she said. "You have been pushing too hard. We can manage a couple days without your pay. I will call your boss." But there was a distance in her tone I could feel, even if I could not prove it. A part of her was somewhere else, probably in that red folder in numbers and settlements and signatures. She rubbed my shoulder at the stoplight, then put her hand back on the wheel. "It's just a phase," I told myself. "A weird flu. Nerves. Whatever." Because the alternative, that something is very wrong deep inside you and nobody knows what it is too big to look at directly. Especially when a guy in a white coat just told you that you are not dying, you are just tired. That night, I did not sleep in our bed. I claimed the couch in the living room, partly because it was easier to keep my feet up, partly because the idea of climbing the stairs again made my calves throb in anticipation. The house was dim. The only light came from a lamp in the corner and the blue wash of the TV. The cushions smelled like old takeout and the faint sweetness of whatever detergent Jenna used. I lay there with my feet propped on a pillow ankles, itching with that hot, deep ache that did not quite match any injury I had ever had. At some point, Angela's movie ended. The TV fell silent. Jenna carried her up to bed, her small arms draped over Jenna's shoulders. Their voices faded down the hallway. Then bit by bit, the house shut itself off. The furnace clicked off, leaving behind a kind of hollow quiet. The fridge in the kitchen, which had been humming all day, suddenly stopped with its little relay click, like it had decided it was done breathing for a while. The TV screen went black. Even the little buzzing in the walls, the sound of the building itself, seemed to take a breath and hold it. Silence. Not the normal, soft, nighttime quiet. This was the heavy, crowded kind, where you become very aware of your own breathing, your own heartbeat, the tiny pops and creaks of the house settling. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, feeling the pain in my feet pulse in time with my heart. That was when I heard it. From the kitchen. A small, unmistakable metal on ceramic sound, like something rolling a few inches and then settling. Tack! It was the sound of a thermos or a metal cup rolling in a porcelain sink and then bumping against the side. I knew that sound. I knew my gray thermos. I had heard it 100 times when Jenna rinsed it in the sink or set it down a little too hard. But Jenna was upstairs. Angela was asleep. I was on the couch. Nobody was in the kitchen. The house stayed silent after that tiny noise, as if it too were waiting to see what I would do. Every instinct I had, the same ones that kept me from stepping off a live panel, that made me triple-check a harness, told me to stay put. Keep my burning feet on the pillow, blame the sound on gravity and leftover water. Thermoses slide. Metal shifts. Houses move. But curiosity is its own kind of sickness. I swung my legs down off the couch. The moment my feet touched the floor, the pain roared back, a bolt of heat shooting up into my calves. I sucked in a breath, grabbed the arm of the couch, and pushed myself upright anyway. Each step toward the kitchen was like walking on heated nails. The carpet fibers pressed against my soles like tiny, sharp wires. My hands, still tingling, slid along the wall for balance. I reached the doorway and flicked the light switch up. Nothing happened. I stared at the dark rectangle of the kitchen, my heart climbing higher in my throat. Then a second later, the bulb flickered to life, struggling through a few weak pulses, before finally settling into a dim, uneven glow. The sink was in front of the window. The blinds were down slats, tilted open just enough to let in a smear of orange from the parking lot lights outside. The stainless steel basin shone in a dull, distorted way. My gray thermos sat there in the sink on its side, inches from the drain. It looked like it had just rolled and stopped. There was a wet line trailing behind it, a curve of water on the metal that suggested movement. A couple of drops still clung to the sides, sliding down. Had Jenna washed it and left it like that? Had the water under it finally shifted enough to make it move? Probably. That was the rational answer. But the way it was lying there, the exact angle, the memory of that tiny tack echoing in the ceiling above the couch, it felt wrong in a way I could not quite name, like someone had just touched it and stepped out of sight the moment before the light came on. I took one more step into the kitchen. The pain in my feet spiked, sudden and vicious. It shot up my legs and exploded behind my knees. My muscles gave out. My right knee buckled. I grabbed for the nearest thing, the edge of the counter, but my fingers did not fully cooperate, still half numb. My hand slid off. I went down hard. My shoulder slammed into the cabinet. My elbow clipped the drawer handle. As I fell, my hip crashed into a stack of pots and pans hanging from a cheap rack. They came down with me in a metallic avalanche. Clang, 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 clang. The sound detonated in the small kitchen, bouncing off tile and steel. Lids spun on the floor, growling against the linoleum before wobbling to a stop. From upstairs, Angela screamed, startled awake. Jenna shouted my name, her footsteps pounding the hallway, then the stairs. I lay on the floor, breath knocked out of me, feet, screaming, ears ringing with the aftershock of the noise. My eyes were level with the cabinet door now. From that angle, I could still see the sink, the thermos, the way it rested in the basin. It had not moved. Whatever had pushed it before, water gravity or something else, was done for the night. 2.3. Hospital lights. By the time I agreed to go to the hospital, the pain had turned me into someone I did not recognize. The fall in the kitchen scared Jenna more than it scared me. I was too busy trying not to scream. The moment my knees hit the floor, it felt like somebody had poured boiling oil down my shins and let it pool in my feet. Every nerve, from my toes to my hips, seemed to light up and stay lit, a constant electric burn that would not shut off. I remember her face above me, white around the mouth hair, sticking to her cheeks, saying something about an ambulance. I remember shaking my head, saying, No, we can drive, we can." Then another wave hit, and the rest of that sentence got eaten by a sound I did not know I could make. We did not drive. The paramedics arrived in a blur of dark uniforms and Velcro straps, their radio chatter cutting through the house like a different kind of language. They asked me questions, name, date of birth, pain level, and I tried to answer, but it felt like each word had to fight its way past the fire in my legs. The ride in the ambulance was a fever dream of flashing red reflected in the interior panel's antiseptic smell and the steady beep, beep, beep of a portable monitor tracking my heart. Every bump in the road sent a fresh jolt through my feet, like the bones were vibrating. At some point, I started vomiting, not because of anything in my stomach, but just from the sheer intensity of it all. The medic beside me turned my head, held a basin, wiped my mouth with a rough paper towel that smelled like cheap soap and alcohol. "You're okay," he kept saying. "We're almost there." He was wrong on both counts. The ER was everything you imagine if you have watched TV dramas, only more fluorescent and more tired. The automatic doors slid open, and a wall of disinfectant and cafeteria food hit me. The air smelled like bleach, stale fries, sickness, and burned coffee. They rolled me past people in various stages of crisis. A guy pressed a bloody towel to his forehead. An old woman in a gown coughed into a paper mask. Someone moaned behind a plastic curtain. The hallway buzzed with half-heard conversations, code calls over the intercom, the squeak of gurney wheels, the slap of rubber soles on linoleum. They pushed me into a curtained bay and parked me under a light that felt like a small sun. The monitor on the wall came to lifelines, scrolling across the screen in green and yellow numbers, blinking. Beep! 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 Each tone lined up with the pounding in my chest. Every time the pain spiked, the beeps came faster, climbing like a panicked bird up a scale. A nurse wrapped a blood pressure cuff around my arm. It tightened with a suffocating squeeze, then let go with a hiss. 10 out of 10, I heard someone say, maybe me, when they asked about my pain. It felt stupid trying to fit what was happening into a little numbered box. 10 out of 10 does not cover the feeling that your own legs have turned against you. They started in on the IVs. Alcohol swab, first sharp cold cutting through the hospital air. Then the needle, a quick lance through the skin of the back of my hand. I watched the catheter slide in, taped down in white. The plastic line snaked up to a clear bag of something hanging from a hook. Just some fluids and medication for now. The nurse said, her voice professional, but not unkind. We'll get some labs, see what's going on. Blood draws more alcohol, smell vials filling up dark red under the harsh light. A doctor appeared, tall, mid-50s, the kind of tired you do not get from one bad night's sleep. He asked questions I half remembered answering earlier at urgent care. The dizziness, the burning feet, the numb hands. He pressed down my shins, my ankles frowned when I flinched. Any exposure to chemicals at work, he asked. I thought of the lab, the rag by the sink, the bottles with faded labels. Maybe I said, I work in a science building, but I'm just running wires. They told us the dangerous stuff was gone. He nodded, but I could tell it was the kind of nod you give when you are filing something away in the maybe category. Not that this explains everything one. Right now, he said, your symptoms still fit with what the clinic suggested, Guillain-Barré syndrome, or something similar. Your immune system attacking the peripheral nerves. We're not going to wait on the labs to start treatment. If it is that early, is better. The word syndrome sat heavy on my tongue. Is it treatable, I asked. My voice came out small, swallowed by curtain fabric and machine noise. Yes, he said, with a firmness that made me want to believe him. We have therapies. They're not perfect, but many patients improve significantly. The important thing is you came in. We'll admit you start you on IVIG and steroids manage your pain. We will keep an eye on your breathing. The mention of my breathing made my chest feel tighter, though I was still pulling in air just fine. It is funny how when someone suggests something might stop working, you suddenly notice every tiny hitch in it. They hung a new bag on the IV stand, thicker, cloudier liquid this time. This might feel strange, the nurse said as she connected it. She was not wrong. As the medication started to drip into my vein, a cold line traced up my arm into my shoulder like someone had injected winter itself. It spread across my chest, down my spine. Goosebumps rose on my arms. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the room temperature. For a few minutes, it made the pain worse. Or maybe it just made me focus on it differently. My feet throbbed in distant counterpoint to the beep, beep of the monitor. Then slowly, like someone turning a dimmer switch in the other direction, the worst of the burn eased. It did not disappear. It did not magically turn into nothing. But the intensity dropped notch by notch, from a screaming 10 down to a hoarse 8, then a 6. My muscles loosened a fraction, my jaw unclenched. I realized my hands had been balled into fists so tight my nails left crescents in my palms. I unwound them, flexing the fingers one by one. For the first time in days, my body was not trying to climb out of itself. It felt like someone had reached down and pulled me back a few inches from the edge of a very long fall. I exhaled a breath I had not realized I was holding. It came out shaky. "This is the medication working," the doctor said, watching the monitor. "We'll need to keep you for observation, but this is a good sign." A good sign. I clung to those words like a man hanging onto a ladder rung. They wheeled me upstairs at some point, through yet more corridors of tile and paint, past doorways full of people and machines and lives on pause. The elevator ride made my stomach lurch again, but the medication and a fresh dose of painkillers smoothed the edges. My room was small, with one bed, one window, and a TV bolted to the wall in the corner. The window looked out over the parking lot where the sodium lights turned every car into a dull, glowing shape. The room smelled like all hospital rooms do, a mix of sanitizer plastic and that strange, faintly sweet smell of recycled air. The monitor in here was quieter, but still present, its steady beep, beep, beep. A reminder that somebody somewhere in the building was always watching my heartbeat in color-coded lines. Jenna showed up not long after they got me settled. She had Angela dropped at a neighbor's and arrived with a tote bag, a phone charger, and that look on her face I had come to recognize as her "I am holding it together" expression. She kissed my forehead, sat in the visitor's chair by the bed, and asked all the right questions again. What did they say? What is it? How long I repeated what the doctor had told me. Guillain-Barré, autoimmune, treatable. The word treatable seemed to loosen something in her shoulders. "So you are going to be okay," she said, almost as if she was trying to convince herself. "That's what they said," I answered. "They started some kind of IV cocktail. It helps. I can still feel it, but at least I am not trying to crawl out of my skin anymore." "Good," she said. "Good." She sat back, pulled out her phone, and started scrolling. The light from the screen turned her face a cool blue. Every few minutes, she would look up and ask if I needed water, or if I was too cold, or if the nurse had come back to check on me. But most of the time, her thumb moved over the glass. I caught glimpses of emails, subject lines, a familiar name, the attorney's. One message preview stood out in my memory, even though I only saw it upside-down: settlement timeline update. Urgent. She opened it, lips pressing into a thinner line as she read. She did not read it out loud. She did not share the content. I lay there watching the reflection of the hospital light in her eyes, listening to the monitor keep score of my heartbeats, and told myself that of course she was thinking about money. Of course she was. That lawsuit had been dragging on for years, and we were drowning in bills even before I got sick. She was allowed to be two people at once, the wife worried about her husband, and the widow-to-be of a different man, finally about to get paid what she was owed. The thought of Jenna as a widow flickered through my head then, and I pushed it away so hard it almost made me dizzy. "Stop," I told myself. "You're here. You're being treated. You're going to walk out." Sleep came in broken chunks that night, sliding in between vital checks and medication, and the soft swish of the curtain when nurses came and went. I woke once to the sound of footsteps hurrying past my door, a voice calling codes I did not understand over the intercom. The monitor next to me, sensing my spike in heart rate, began to beep faster, tattling on my fear. "Shh," the night nurse said, adjusting my drip. "Try to rest. You're doing okay." Okay? Such a small, thin word to lay over everything that was happening inside me. And yet for a couple of days, it felt almost true. The Ivig and steroids did what they were supposed to do for the wrong disease. The swelling in my nerves went down. The worst of the burning faded to a deep, unpleasant ache. The numbness in my hands receded enough that I could hold a cup without worrying I would drop it. By the third day, I could shuffle to the bathroom with help. My feet still hurt, but not in that same walking on hot glass way. More like stepping on rocks in thin shoes. Manageable. The doctors were cautious but optimistic. "We think we caught it early," one of them said at the foot of my bed, flipping through my chart. "Your labs are odd, but not alarming. The important thing is you're responding to treatment. We'll discharge you with follow-up appointments. Take it easy. No ladders, no marathons." I laughed at that as much as I could. "I was never going to run a marathon," I said. Jenna smiled briefly from the chair. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She ignored it this time. They wheeled me out under the same two bright lights, through the same hallways full of other people's emergencies. The automatic doors hissed open, and the outside air hit me like something entirely new, cool, damp, carrying the smell of exhaust and wet asphalt instead of sanitizer and metal. Home felt smaller when we got there. The duplex seemed to have shrunk in my absence, like it had exhaled when I left and not yet breathed back in. Jenna helped me onto the couch, propped my feet up, brought me a blanket. Angela crawled up next to me, careful but curious, asking 100 questions I could not really answer. "We're okay," I told them, and I almost believed it. For 3 days, I believed we had caught whatever was chewing on my nerves. The pain was still there, but dulled. The meds took the edge off. I could walk short distances. I could sleep in longer stretches. I could sit at my own kitchen table again, watching Jenna move between the sink and the counter, the red attorney folder never far from her elbow. She filled my gray thermos like she always did, stirring sugar into my tea, the spoon clinking against the metal rim. What I did not know was that the medicine was not fighting the real problem. The real problem was sitting at my kitchen table, stirring sugar into my tea. 3.1. False recovery. Coming home from the hospital felt at first like winning. Not the big kind of win you see on TV with confetti and champagne. More like converting on 3rd and long when you should have been sacked. You are still in the game even if everything hurts. They sent me out with a plastic bag full of pill bottles, a follow-up appointment card, and a walker I swore I would only need for a few days. The thing rattled when I pushed it over the threshold into our duplex, its rubber feet squeaking on the entryway tile. Angela met me at the door like I had just come back from a long trip, instead of a short stay in the place down the road where people go to die. She wrapped both arms around my waist and buried her face in the hospital-supplied jacket I was still wearing. "Daddy, why do you have a robot?" she asked, staring at the walker like it might start talking. "It's not a robot," I said, forcing a smile. "It's just a metal friend." Daddy pulled a muscle at work. "Doctor says I have to use this until my legs stop being mad at me." It was easier to lie to her than to try and explain autoimmune syndromes and nerve damage. Easier to lie to myself, too. A pulled muscle heals. A pulled muscle does not keep you up at night wondering if you are going to wake up and find out your toes have stopped listening altogether. The living room became my world. The hospital had retrained me to accept being stationary to measure progress, by how many steps I could take without stopping. Our old couch sagging in the middle turned into my command center. On Sundays, I did what every guy in denial about his health does. I watched football and pretended everything was normal. The TV blared the NFL broadcast commentators shouting over each other about coverage and blitzes. The crowd noise piped in like a storm you could not see. The bright green field, the white lines, the hits in slow motion. It all felt obscene compared to the slow, careful way I had to move my own body just to shift position. My walker sat folded near the arm of the couch, a silver skeleton waiting for me to admit I needed its help again. My feet propped on a pillow radiated a low, constant heat. Not the screaming burn from before, more like coals under the skin. Every so often, a sharper twinge would lance through my toes and make me clench my jaw. From the kitchen behind me and to the right came the domestic soundtrack of my new life. The fridge door opening with a soft suction sound, cabinets swinging shut with hollow thumps, the clink of glass in the sink, the thin metal on ceramic toque of my gray thermos setting down somewhere I could not see. Jenna played the part she was supposed to play. "Do you need anything?" she would ask, leaning into the doorway with a dish towel over one shoulder. "Water, tea. Your meds." Sometimes without waiting for an answer, she would disappear back into the kitchen and come back with my thermos already filled, or a mug with steam curling off the top. She stirred sugar into my tea with a small spoon, the clink, 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 against the metal rim, precise and repetitive like a metronome. But there was an invisible distance between us that had not been there before. She was physically present, sure, bringing blankets, adjusting pillows, reminding me to call the clinic if anything got worse. But her mind was somewhere else a lot of the time. I would catch her standing in the kitchen, phone in hand, head bowed over the screen, the red attorney folder open on the table next to her. One afternoon during a commercial break, I heard her voice drift from the kitchen in that too careful tone people use on important calls. "Yes," she was saying. "I understand. A couple more weeks to close." That's fine. I just want this over. I want to finally be free of it. Free of it, it could have been the case. The years of reliving her first husband's death in paperwork and depositions. The stress, the waiting. Still, the phrase lodged somewhere behind my ribs and stayed there. On the TV, a life insurance commercial came on. A smiling couple my age walked along a sunlit path holding hands while a warm voice talked about protecting the people you love when the unexpected happens. I glanced at the screen, then down at my own legs under the blanket, then toward the kitchen where I could hear Jenna closing a cabinet. A strange sensation flickered through me, like my body had just realized it was the punchline to a joke it did not find funny. When Angela asked why I was not going back to work on Monday, I gave her the same line about the pulled muscle. "Daddy just needs a little time," I said, brushing her hair back from her face as she sat at the edge of the couch. "Then I'll be back on the ladders annoying all the guys again." "Okay," she said, accepting it because kids have to. Then after a pause, "Are we still going to Disney someday?" Sure, I lied. Someday. Days blurred. Mornings were pills and stiffness, afternoons were TV and awkward naps, evenings were Jenna circling the house like a ghost with a to-do list. On the surface, we were a normal family dealing with a medical scare. Underneath, something small and sharp had started to grow in the cracks. She was patient in all the right ways. She helped me down the hall. She reminded me when I forgot doses. She answered calls from my mother, so I would not have to admit over and over that I was not better yet. But she had a new habit too. Whenever I tried to stand up and move around a little to reclaim some dignity, she would swoop in fast. "Sit," she would say. "I'll get it. You're supposed to be resting. You're going to hurt yourself. Just let me." She particularly did not like me in the kitchen. If I pushed my walker over the threshold, she would appear almost instantly. "What do you need? Just water," I would say. "Sit. I'll bring it." It was caring. It was attentive. It was also controlling in a way I could not quite define. Like there was some invisible line at the edge of the couch that I was not supposed to cross without her supervision. I told myself it was the meds making me paranoid. Pain turns your thoughts inward, twists them. Then there was the night I woke up thirsty. It was sometime after midnight. The room was dark, except for the digital clock by the TV glowing 12:41 in red. The game was long over. The screen was black, reflecting a faint, warped image of the room. My mouth felt like it had been stuffed with cotton. The air in the living room was dry, thick, with the faint smell of old upholstery and the ghost of last night's dinner. I swung my legs off the couch, wincing as my feet met the floor. The pain had settled into something almost predictable by then, a hot, dull ache that flared when I put weight on it, but did not knock me down anymore. The house was quiet. No TV, no furnace. The fridge hummed softly, a lonely sound from the kitchen. I did not bother with the walker. It was only a few steps, and I was tired of feeling like every movement had to be supervised by a piece of metal. I shuffled toward the kitchen doorway, using the back of the couch and the wall for balance. The kitchen was dark. I did not turn on the overhead light. Instead, I let the world stay in shades of gray and orange. The only illumination came from the parking lot lights outside, leaking in through the thin blinds above the sink and painting narrow stripes across the counter. My eyes adjusted slowly. The shapes of familiar objects emerged: the toaster, the coffee maker, the knife block. And there on the counter by the sink was my gray thermos. It was standing upright, lid set beside it. Someone must have washed it and left it to air dry, then never put it away. I reached for a glass, first filled it at the tap, drank greedily. The water tasted faintly metallic, but that might have just been the pipes in this old building. Or my own mouth, which had not stopped tasting like pennies since this whole thing started. When I set the glass down, my eyes went back to the thermos. Habit, I guess. That thing had been my shadow for years. Seeing it there unattended felt wrong somehow, like a tool left out in the rain. I picked it up. The metal was cool and slightly damp. I tilted it toward the window to see inside. It was empty, just a dark cylinder catching a sliver of orange light along one side. As I turned it, something caught my eye along the threads at the top. There was a thin, almost invisible dusting of something white in the grooves where the lid screwed on. Not chunks, not clumps. Just a faint, pale residue clinging to the metal, like someone had sprinkled a pinch of very fine salt there and then changed their mind. I frowned. Tea does not leave residue like that. Sugar melts. Stains go brown, not white. I ran my thumb along the threads, wiping the powder away without really thinking. It felt like nothing, no grit, no texture. When I glanced at my skin under the weak light, I could not even see anything left. Probably dishwasher soap, I muttered to myself. Except we did not have a dishwasher. Maybe Jenna had tried some new cleaner. Maybe it was just hard water. My brain offered up explanations the way it always does when faced with something that does not quite fit. I set the thermos in the sink to rinse it out later. As I did, the bottom touched the porcelain with that familiar little took. I picked up the lid and twisted it back on just to keep dust out. The threads squealed as they met that ugly, scraping grrk louder in the quiet kitchen than it had any right to be. It sounded different this time. Not just metal on metal, but metal grinding against something harder, like a tiny stone caught in the groove. The vibration traveled up into my fingers, an unpleasant little shiver. For a second, goosebumps prickled the back of my neck. I resisted the urge to unscrew it again and check. "You're being weird," I told myself under my breath. "It's just an old thermos. You're exhausted. Go to bed." I left it standing in the sink lid on haloed by the weak orange stripes from the parking lot lights. On my way back to the couch, the fridge compressor cut out, plunging the house into that same unnatural, too thick silence I was starting to recognize. My feet ached, my hands tingled. In the dark reflection of the TV screen, I could see my own shape limping back to the couch, a man already halfway to becoming a ghost in his own home. I lay down, pulled the blanket over my legs, and closed my eyes. Sleep came eventually, but when it did, it brought with it the sound of that gurk metal grinding on something unseen, repeating softly in the background of my dreams. 3.2. Money on the table. If you want to know how money can haunt a room, you do not need to go to Wall Street. You just need a small duplex kitchen on a Friday night. We called it a pre-celebration. The settlement had not officially closed yet, but the numbers were on paper, the signatures were pending, and everyone kept saying when, not if. The house smelled like roast chicken and garlic. The oven had been on for hours, turning the kitchen into a small, hot box. Steam fogged the lower half of the window above the sink. The air was thick enough that my t-shirt stuck to my back, even though I was mostly sitting. The dining table, a cheap rectangle with one leg that always wobbled, was covered in mismatched plates, half-opened bags of chips, a sweating bowl of coleslaw and beer bottles leaving rings on the wood. Someone had dragged an extra chair in from Angela's room, a pink one with stickers all over the back. From the living room, the TV blasted a football game, commentators screaming over the noise of the crowd. Every big play earned a muted cheer from my brother Mark, who sat at the head of the table like he owned the place. He did not, of course. But he had helped me rebuild half of it. "Look at you," he said, raising his beer in my direction. "Back from the dead and already drinking my beer." "It's your payment for bad drywall advice," I said. "That wall still isn't straight." "You're welcome," he said, smirking. His wife Kelly swatted his arm. Jenna moved around us like a small storm system. She had her hair pulled back, a dish towel over one shoulder, and that bright, brittle energy some people get when there is too much happening inside their heads. She set the roast chicken down in the middle of the table. The knife scraped against the baking dish as she adjusted it. The smell hit all of us at once, salt, fat, herbs. Mark groaned. "Now this is what I'm talking about," he said. "No more frozen pizzas on payday. With that kind of money coming in, you won't need to climb those damn ladders anymore, little brother." He said it as a joke, but the words landed heavier than he meant them to. Everyone chuckled. I forced a smile. "Hey," I said. "Those ladders paid for that oven you keep praising." "Yeah, well," he said, tipping his bottle toward me. "Here's to never seeing another rung again." We all raised our drinks. Beer bottles and Angela's juice cup came together in a small cluster of sound clink. Clink. "Cheers," Kelly said. To new starts, Jenna added almost too quickly. Her voice had that slightly high, slightly tight edge it got when she was trying to steer the mood. We dug in. Silverware scraped against plates, chicken skin crackled as knives cut through it. The conversation bounced from work stories to school gossip, to which team was going to blow their lead in the fourth quarter. On the surface, it was just family noise. Normal. Safe. Underneath, there was money. The red folder sat at the far end of the table just within Jenna's reach. She had brought it out just in case someone had questions about the settlement. She had said that with a laugh, like she was inviting curiosity, but her hand rested on it. Now fingers lightly curled over the cardboard in a way that suggested no one was actually going to open it except her. So what's the final number again? Mark asked, mouth half full. You told me on the phone, but I want to hear it when there's food in front of me. Makes it feel more real. Jenna wiped her fingers on her napkin, then pressed her palm back on the folder. They're saying 780 before fees, she said. Probably a little less after everyone takes their cut, but still. Enough, Mark laughed. That's more than enough. You could buy this whole building. Why would I want to, she said. I just want to not be paying lawyers and banks and everyone else for the rest of my life. I want to finally have something that's just... She stopped. The word mine hovered in the air for half a second, unfinished. Just ours, she corrected with a small, tight smile. For the three of us. The correction sat wrong in my ears. I watched her face as she said it. The way her eyes flicked to Angela, who was currently drowning her chicken in ketchup. The way they did not quite meet mine. You earned it, Kelly said quickly, sensing the moment. After what you went through with, you know, the accident, the trial. You deserve it. Jenna's fingers tightened on the folder for a second, knuckles whitening, then relaxed. Deserve it or not, she said, I just want it to be over. I want to stop feeling like my life is a court case. I could understand that. Even from the outside, the lawsuit had seeped into everything: holidays, birthdays, random Tuesdays when a letter arrived. It shared space on our table with bills and school papers, and now apparently roast chicken. But there was something about the way she said over that chilled me a little, even though I could not have told you why at the time. Halfway through the meal, she stood to refill drinks. More tea, she asked, nodding toward my empty glass. Yeah, sure, I said. She picked up my gray thermos from its place near the end of the table where she had parked it earlier and unscrewed the lid with that familiar metallic scrape. Crook. The sound cut through the TV noise and the clatter of plates for me in a way it did not for anyone else. Jenna moved to the counter back to us and poured iced tea from the thermos into my glass. The liquid hit the side of the ice with a soft clack. As she poured, Mark leaned toward me, lowering his voice just enough that it felt like he did not want her to hear. You know, he said, once this all goes through, you should really think about that HVAC shop. I'm serious. We could find a little space off the highway. I still remember how to frame walls mostly straight. Mostly, I said. He chuckled. Hey, that kitchen did not fall down, did it? He had a point. He and I had spent a summer tearing this place apart and putting it back together, ripping out cabinets, sanding, painting, gluing, screwing, breathing in enough paint thinner and adhesive fumes to rattle our brains. Back then, I had trusted him with my house, with my tools, with my coffee cups and my beers and everything else that sat open on the counter while we worked. Sitting there now with my legs throbbing under the table, it occurred to me that I had trusted him with my life more times than I could count without ever calling it that. He took a pull from his beer and went on, serious man. After this, no more crawling through ceilings in haunted college basements. You could run the show. Hire some poor punk like me to do the ladder work. That's the dream, I said. At the far end of the table, one of our friends, Evan, who had joined for the free food and beer, was already a couple of bottles past his limit. His cheeks were red, his words a little slurred. He pointed at my thermos as Jenna set it back down by my plate with a small tuck. That thing ever gets you killed up there? He asked, grinning. Those labs freak me out. Too many stories about chemicals and like brain-eating gas or whatever. Jesus, Evan, Kelly said, rolling her eyes. We're eating. I'm just saying, he insisted. You bring your little gray bomb in there every day, who knows what's floating around. One wrong wipe with one wrong rag. He mimed an explosion with his fingers. In another life, I would have laughed that off harder. I would have called him an idiot and told him the real danger is gravity, not ghost chemicals. Instead, something about his words made the back of my neck prickle. I thought of the warning sign in the lab. Thallium wipe, touch and die. I thought of the faint white dust on the thermos threads the other night. "We're careful," I said a little too quickly. They cleared all that stuff out. The college does not want to get sued more than it already has. Jenna set the red folder a little farther from the condensation ring her own glass had made, just enough to be safe. "Can we not talk about people dying from work, please?" she said lightly. "I get enough of that from my attorney." Mark raised his beer again. "To no more attorneys," he said. "To no more hospitals," Kelly added. "To no more ladders," Evan said. Angela, who had not been paying attention to the conversation at all, raised her juice and said, "To no more broccoli," then burst out laughing at her own joke. We all clinked glasses again. Clink, clink, clink. On the surface, it was all harmless. Teasing toasts, half-serious dreams about getting out from under someone else's thumb. Under the table, my feet pulsed, a steady, sour reminder that my body was not as fooled as my mouth was. I watched Jenna as she talked, the way she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear when the conversation turned to money. The way she straightened the pile of mail near her elbow, her fingers always returning to rest lightly on that folder. Anytime someone's eyes lingered on it too long, she would move it slightly, put a plate or a bowl half in front of it. Not hiding it exactly, just protecting it. "Have you told your mom yet?" Kelly asked at one point. "About the settlement, not the amount," Jenna said. "I don't want her giving me a list of what I'm supposed to do with it before it even hits the account." Mark snorted. "She'll try anyway." "Exactly," Jenna said. "For once, I want to make decisions without a chorus." She did not look at me when she said that. Sitting there with my tea sweating in its glass, my thermos, a silent cylinder of metal at my elbow. My brother across from me, my wife at the other end, with her hand on a folder worth more than anything I would ever own, the thought slipped in, quiet and unwelcome. Anyone at that table could have had a reason. Jenna with her settlement and her sudden freedom, her careful refills, and her habit of keeping me away from the kitchen. Mark with his rough history and easy access to every corner of my house from the months we had spent renovating the chemicals we had handled, without thinking, the way he knew every crack in the tile and every cupboard where we kept our cups. Even idiots like Evan, who had joked about my thermos getting me killed, had been in and out of my home enough times to know where I kept my mugs, my drinks, my habits. When you are sitting in the middle of your own life, you do not think of these people as suspects. You think of them as furniture always there, always in the same place. It would take a long time and a very different kind of light before I would go back over that evening and realize how much was already on the table. Not just the chicken, not just the beers, the money, the motives, the gray thermos sweating quietly beside my plate. 3.3. The night I knew it wasn't just stress. The night I stopped blaming stress, it was raining. Not the kind of dramatic storm you see in movies with thunder rolling like artillery. This was the quieter kind, the thin, steady rain that starts sometime after midnight and settles in for the long haul. It drummed on the roof in small, insistent fingers, turning the whole house into an upturned drum. I remember the clock first. The red digits on the cable box across the room glowed 2:14 a.m. in the dark. That was the first thing my brain latched onto when I opened my eyes. 2:14. Too late to be night, too early to be morning. The hour when your body is supposed to be all the way under, not clawing its way back up. The second thing I registered was pain. It did not arrive in pieces. It was just there all at once, like someone had flipped a switch. 1 second I was asleep or close enough to it. The next my legs were on fire from the soles of my feet to halfway up my thighs. I sucked air in through my teeth, a sharp hiss that cut through the sound of the rain. The ache I had gotten used to, the simmering heat in my feet, the throbbing in my calves, had been turned up like someone cranking a knob. Now it was a burning pressure deep inside the muscles, as if the bones themselves were heating up and trying to expand in a space that would not let them. I tried to move my left leg, and a bolt of pain shot up so fast it made my vision blur. For a moment, I could not breathe. The room was dark except for that red 214 and the faint rectangular glow from the parking lot lights leaking around the curtains. The couch under me, my supposed safe place, felt like it had turned into a slab of concrete. I lay there, teeth clenched, listening. The rain tapped the roof, the gutters, the windows. Every so often, a branch from the miserable little tree outside would scrape along the living room window, a thin, high scritch. Scritch. That sounded like fingernails on glass. Normally, that kind of sound would have just been background noise. Tonight, it made my skin crawl. Beneath the rain and the branch and my own ragged breathing, I could hear the familiar hum of the fridge in the kitchen. That low, constant vibration had become part of the house's heartbeat, so normal that I had stopped noticing it until all of this started, and I began noticing every time it paused. Right on cue, it stopped. There was a soft click from the kitchen, and then the hum cut out like someone had pulled the plug. Silence poured into the space where the sound had been thick and heavy. The rain seemed to get louder to fill it, but inside the house, everything else went still. No furnace kicking on, no pipes creaking, no distant TV, just me breathing through the hurt and the sound of the storm trying to get in. Then from the kitchen, I heard a small noise. Not loud, not dramatic, just a tiny, precise clink like glass or metal tapping porcelain. It was the kind of sound you hear 100 times and never think about the bottom of a cup nudging the side of the sink. A spoon shifted by a drip of water, a thermos rolling an inch and stopping. But in that moment, in that unnatural quiet, it sounded wrong, deliberate, like someone had set something down a little harder than they meant to. My first thought, irrational and fast, was that someone was in the kitchen, standing at the sink, moving my things around. My second thought was that it hurt too much to get up and check. I lay there staring at the ceiling. I could not see the pain in my legs pulsing with my heartbeat. My hands had gone back to that numb, tingly state, fingers buzzing as if they did not quite belong to me. "You're being paranoid," I told myself silently. "It's the house. It's the pipes. It's gravity. It's nothing." Then another wave rolled up from my feet, hotter, meaner. I groaned without meaning to the sound scraping its way out of my throat. Thirst hit me hard out of nowhere, dry tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth. Whatever meds were still in my system had turned me into a sponge. I knew that if I stayed there, I would lie awake and stew in it, pain, fear, thirst, all of it feeding each other. Movement hurt, but lying still hurt too. So I swung my legs off the couch. The moment my feet touched the floor, the burns surged, licking up my calves. I sucked in a breath, counted to 3, and stood anyway. The living room was a gray suggestion of shapes. The TV screen was a black rectangle reflecting a warped version of me bent off balance. The hallway to the kitchen was a darker strip cutting into the dim. I did not turn on any lights at first. The thought of the sudden brightness stabbing into my eyes made my head throb just imagining it. Instead, I shuffled toward the kitchen, using the wall and the back of the couch for balance. Each step felt like I was pressing down on hot coals buried just under the carpet. By the time I reached the threshold, my legs were shaking and my shirt was damp with sweat. The hallway light was one of those cheap yellow bulbs in a plastic fixture. I flipped the switch, and it flicked on, casting a weak amber glow down the narrow strip of wall and into the edges of the kitchen. The kitchen itself stayed dark, except for the tiny green LED on the oven clock, and a faint orange wash from the parking lot lights outside filtered through the blinds. From where I stood, I could see the sink area in silhouette, the faucet, the pile of dishes we always promised to get to after one more show, the shape of something cylindrical on the counter right next to the basin, my gray thermos. It was lying on its side this time, right at the edge of the counter near the sink, mouth turned slightly toward the basin. The lid sat a few inches away, upside down, a little circle of darkness on the countertop. The way it was positioned, crooked open like it had just rolled and stopped, made the hairs on my arms stand up. Nobody leaves it like that, I thought. Not Jenna, not me. We rinse it, stand it up in the sink, or set it upright on the rack. We do not leave it tipped open, hanging on the edge like it could fall with one more nudge. I held onto the door frame and listened. No footsteps upstairs, no toilet flushing, no doors closing. If Jenna had just been in the kitchen, I would have heard something. The creak of the floorboard she always complained about, the soft drag of her slippers, her voice muttering about bills or emails. There was nothing. Just the rain and the branch scratching at the window scritch. Scritch. I stepped into the kitchen. The temperature felt a degree or two colder in there, like the darkness held a draft. My feet screamed at the change from carpet to linoleum, the hard surface sending the heat in my soles up another notch. I moved carefully around the imaginary boundary line I had put between myself and the thermos. I did not touch it, did not write it, did not pick up the lid. I went to a different cabinet, got a glass, filled it at the tap. The water ran cold, splashing against the sides with a hollow sound. It tasted like metal and chlorine, and something else I could not name. I drank it anyway, because my body did not care what it tasted like. At that point, it just knew it was empty. When I was done, I set the glass in the sink. It nudged against the metal side with a soft clink, almost identical to the one that had woken me. Maybe that's all it had been, I told myself. A glass settling, a plate shifting. My brain stitching a story onto the noise because I'm tired and in pain and living on fear. Still, my eyes kept going back to the thermos lying there like a dead thing next to the sink. I flipped the overhead light on. The bulb flickered, stuttered 3 times and off on, casting the kitchen in rapid snapshots. Dark, light, dark, light. Shadows jumped in the corners, stretching and shrinking. For a heartbeat, my own reflection in the microwave door looked like someone else standing there. Then the light settled into a steady, pale yellow. Up close, the thermos looked ordinary. A few new scratches in the paint. A faint ring of dried tea near the mouth. If there was anything on the threads like that white dust I had seen before, the light was too harsh, or my eyes too muddy to catch it. I did not lean in to check. I backed away, flicked the light off again, and made my way back to the couch. The pain in my legs did not recede this time, it just stayed a constant burn that made every muscle above it tense. Lying there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, I realized something that scared me more than the branch, more than the thermos, more than the fridge hum cutting in and out. This was not stress. This was not your body telling you to slow down, or a weird flu, or a pulled muscle, or a reaction to too much overtime and bad coffee. Whatever was happening to me was gaining ground. The hospital meds hadn't fixed it. They had just pushed it back for a while. Now it was coming back stronger, like something underground that had found another route. I thought of every lie I'd told myself over the past few weeks. It's fine. It's temporary. You'll be back on ladders in no time." They all felt paper thin now. I did not sleep much after that. My body would surrender for a few minutes at a time, dragged under by exhaustion, then yank me back up when the pain spiked. Every time I surfaced, it was to that same rain, that same scritch of the branch, that same heavy quiet pressing against the walls. At some point, dawn muddied the sky outside. The red 214 on the cable box rolled forward to 6:03, then 7:21. The house began to wake up around me. Pipes creaked. The fridge kicked back on with its familiar hum. Footsteps overhead. Jenna came down wearing her robe hair tied up, eyes puffy in a way that said she had not slept much either. How bad, she asked, looking at the way I was lying, the tightness around my mouth. Worse, I said. It's bad again. She helped me up the stairs. The walker clacked in front of me, each step a small negotiation between gravity pain and stubbornness. By the time we reached the bathroom, I was sweating through my shirt. "Let's get you cleaned up," she said. "You'll feel better." She turned on the shower. The water hammered against the tub's steam, beginning to fog the mirror. I undressed slowly, leaning on the counter, feeling my legs protest every shift. In the mirror under the harsh bathroom light, I looked worse than I had in the hospital. My skin had a washed-out sallow tone. My eyes were ringed in purple. Jenna helped me step into the tub. The hot water hit my legs and made the burning flare, then dull, then turn into a different kind of ache. I braced my hands against the tile while she washed my back, my shoulders, her touch efficient and careful. When we were done, I stepped out dripping and she wrapped a towel around my waist. I sat on the closed toilet lid while she handed me another towel for my hair. I rubbed it through my scalp, not really thinking about it, just going through the motions. The soft cotton rasped against my skin. Something felt lighter. I pulled the towel away and saw more hair than there should have been clinging to the white fabric. Dark strands, dozens of them, stuck in a loose, tangled clump. For a second, my brain refused to compute what I was looking at. Then my stomach dropped. "Jenna," I said. My voice sounded strange, what I didn't answer. I looked down toward the drain in the shower floor. More hair, a thick swirl of it around the metal grate, darker against the white porcelain. Not the usual few stray strands everyone sheds. This was a small handful, enough that you would notice if it went missing from your head. I reached up, touched my scalp. My fingers came away with 2 more loose hairs wound around them. The doctor had said nothing about my hair. Stress makes you tired. Flu makes you ache. Even the nerve thing they had mentioned, Guillain-Barré, does a lot of damage, but it does not make your hair come out in clumps overnight. Whatever was eating me from the inside had decided to start taking pieces you could see. 4-1, screaming into the white noise. The second hospital was an hour away, but it felt like another planet. By the time they decided the local place was out of its depth, my legs were no longer just burning. They were eating themselves, or that was how it felt. The pain had moved past something I could name. It was not just heat or ache or pressure anymore. It was all of it at once turned up until my body could not keep up. I do not remember the conversation that led to the transfer. I remember Jenna's face, pale and tight, talking quietly near the door with a doctor whose expression had shifted from confident to carefully neutral. I remember the word progression being used too many times. Then I was in an ambulance again. The world outside turned into a smear of gray highway through the back doors. There is a very specific, unpleasant feeling when they unload you. The stretcher bumps down, front wheels hitting the pavement, then the rear. For that split second when the frame drops from the level of the ambulance to the ground, your stomach lurches. For me, the lurch was connected directly to the nerves in my legs, so every drop, every tilt, sent a new flare of pain from my feet up to my hips. It felt like someone had slid a blowtorch inside each shin bone and was slowly turning the valve. The entrance to the bigger hospital was a blur of white light and motion. Automatic doors huffed open. People in different colored scrubs moved in different directions, pushing carts and beds carrying clipboards and tablets. The smell hit next a sharper, colder version of the first hospital. Stronger disinfectant undercut by that same strange hint of cafeteria grease and tired bodies. They wheeled me through a maze of hallways, down an elevator, then up another. Fluorescent fixtures buzzed overhead, humming in a pitch that set my teeth on edge. The ceiling tiles passed like cut scenes in a movie, white speckled, white speckled. My room was small, but technically private. The walls were a non-color, somewhere between beige and gray. A single curtain in a dull green hung on a track near the door, ready to be pulled, if they needed to shield me from the hallway. A wide window looked out over a parking lot, but the blinds were half closed. Machines waited for me. A monitor with a screen bigger than the one at home, showing blue and green lines and numbers. An IV pole with multiple hook arms, some already holding bags of clear fluid, others empty like open hands. They moved me from the stretcher to the bed with practiced efficiency. The sheet under me went from rough ambulance cotton to smoother hospital linen. The mattress hissed as it adjusted. On 3, someone said. 1, 2, 3. They slid me over. For a moment, my legs lifted off one surface before they hit the other. In that tiny space suspended between 2 beds, I felt weightless and completely exposed, as if the pain could slip all the way up into my spine. Then the mattress caught me, and the pain settled back into its familiar channels, roaring along the pathways it had carved. They hooked me to everything. Sticky pads on my chest, wires running from them to the monitor. A cuff around my arm squeezing in automated intervals. The IV line in my hand replaced with a bigger one in my forearm. Another line in the other hand, just in case we need a second access. The monitor began its song. Beep, beep, beep. Slow and steady at first, a metronome for a heart that was doing its best in bad conditions. A medication pump near the bed added its own rhythm, a soft whir as it pushed something into my vein, followed by a tiny click when it reset. In the hallway outside, footsteps went back and forth. Rubber soles squeaked on the polished floor. Somewhere a cart rattled wheels, hitting a gap in the tile with a sharp clack. Overhead, the intercom crackled to life every so often, announcing codes and names I did not understand. Code Blue ICU, Dr. So-and-so to radiology. Voices with no faces attached, drifting in and out like ghosts. Inside the room, it was mostly just me and the white noise and the pain. There is a point where pain stops feeling like something happening to a part of you and starts feeling like who you are. My legs were no longer separate from it. They were just columns of fire attached to the end of my body. The sensation had moved deeper into the bones, into the marrow. It was like someone had lit a flame inside each tibia and femur and was content to let it burn slow and hot day after day. Sometimes it was a steady roar, like standing too close to a blast furnace. Other times it came in waves, building, cresting, breaking, leaving me gasping and exhausted, even though I had not moved an inch. My hands had gone from tingling to mostly numb. I could see them lying on the blanket, fingers slightly curled, but when I tried to pick up the remote for the TV or reach for the call button, they did not always cooperate. The signals felt delayed, scrambled on the way down. More than once, I would try to press the nurse call and miss it by an inch, my thumb sliding across the plastic, without enough strength to push. It was like trying to operate a machine with gloves on in the dark. There were moments when the pain would spike so suddenly that whatever thin layer of calm I had built up would tear. I would go from clenched teeth to screaming in a breath. The sound that came out of me did not feel like my own. It tore up my throat, raw and animal, full of everything I could not put into words. Sometimes it came out under the little oxygen mask they kept on my face, just in case, turning the scream into something warped and muffled, echoing back into my ears, as if it belonged to someone else in another room. Once, after I had gotten a particularly high dose of pain meds, and they were slow to kick in, I remember the nurse trying to talk me through a peak. "Breathe with it," she said over the noise of my own voice. "In for 3, out for 3. You're okay, you're safe, it'll come down, safe." It was a strange word to use when it felt like my own bones were trying to immolate themselves from the inside out. Between the peaks, there were stretches of something like oblivion. Not real sleep, more like sinking under a layer of thin ice. I could still hear the beep, beep of the monitor even down there, though it sounded like it was coming through water. Sometimes in those blurred edges, I would hear whispers. Not spooky horror movie whispers, just the regular kind, the staff forgetting I was half awake. One night, or maybe it was day, and the blinds were just closed, I heard a doctor at the foot of my bed, his voice low. A nurse answered him in even lower tones. "I've never seen this kind of progression," he said, thinking I was out. "IVIG steroids, and he just keeps getting worse. Labs are weird, but not definitive." Neuro's stumped. "Do you think it's GBS at all?" the nurse whispered. A pause. The monitor filled it with my heartbeats. "I don't know what it is," he said. "But if it keeps going like this, we're going to have a respiratory problem on top of everything else." Their footsteps moved away, the words sticking to the inside of my skull long after the sound faded. I do not know when exactly I started thinking of death as something other than the worst-case scenario. At first, every test result, every new medication was a step away from that cliff. Every reassurance from a white coat. "We've got options. You're in the right place. We're going to figure this out," was a board laid across the gap. But when days blurred into each other and the pain did not retreat, only changed flavor, death stopped being a monster in the dark. It became something else, a door maybe. A way out of the room with the beeping and the buzzing and the endless fluorescent daylight that never dimmed. The idea did not come with drama. It came quietly in the middle of the 3rd or 4th night there, when I was staring at the ceiling tiles and counting the tiny brown water stain in the corner. I thought, if this is what the rest of my life is, I do not want it. And then I thought, if this ends, at least it ends. Those are ugly thoughts to admit out loud. People like to talk about fighting, about being strong, about battling illness, like it is a war you can win by sheer stubbornness. Nobody tells you that sometimes when the pain becomes the only language your body speaks, the idea of it stopping, even if you do not, is not as terrifying as it should be. Because by that point, I had started to fade. The parts of me that were not pain, the parts that liked stupid jokes and bad coffee and watching Angela draw stick figures, felt further away, like I was seeing them down a long tunnel. What filled the foreground instead were machines and numbers. Blood pressure, oxygen saturation, pain scales on whiteboards, milligrams, milliliters, doses, and drips. They put soft restraints on my wrists one afternoon after I knocked a blood pressure cuff and a plastic pitcher off the bedside table during a particularly bad flare. It was not dramatic. No one shouted. No one accused me of anything. The nurse just came in later with 2 thin, padded straps. "We're going to put these on for a little while, okay?" she said gently. "Just so you don't hurt yourself when it spikes. You've been reaching for the rails in your sleep. I'm not going to. I started, but even as I said it, I remembered grabbing for something in the dark, fingers closing on air muscles, jerking. The restraints wrapped around my wrists like fabric handcuffs, soft but unyielding. They tied to the bed rails with quick knots. I could still move my arms a little, lift, my hands scratch my face. I just could not reach far enough to pull out my IV or throw anything. They did not feel like safety. They felt like proof that I was no longer entirely in charge of what my body did. I lay there tethered to the bed by thin straps and plastic tubes and listened to the hospital around me. The monologue of the intercom, the distant wail of a siren arriving downstairs, the shuffling of slippers in the hallway, the wet cough from the room across the corridor whenever someone opened my door. If there were ghosts in that building, they would have been hard to pick out from the regular traffic of patients, families, residents, and staff. The ones haunting me weren't the dead. They were the living, the doctors who did not know what was killing me, the nurses who tried to soothe something that could not be soothed, the wife who sat in the corner chair some days, staring at her phone, and some days staring at nothing. And beneath all of that, like a note too low for most people to hear, there was the ghost I carried with me from home, a gray thermos sitting on my kitchen counter, its threads lined with something I had wiped away without thinking. 4-2, the 2 a.m. visitor. The night that still wakes me up now started like 100 other hospital nights, with nothing. Nothing but the dimmed lights, the hum of the air system, and the slow, steady beep, beep, beep of the monitor at my bedside. They called it quiet hours, which was a lie. Hospitals never really get quiet. They just turn some lights down and stop pretending the noise is for you. It was close to 2:00 a.m. The clock on the wall was in my line of sight if I turned my head just right, but I did not need to. My body knew that hour too well by then. It was the time when pain meds were wearing thin, when the day staff was gone, and the night staff was stretched too thin, when the world outside the parking lot was asleep, and we in here were not. That particular night, I was supposed to be alone. Jenna had told me earlier she was going to sleep at home for once. "I need one good night," she said, sitting on the edge of the visitor chair, rubbing at the red marks her jeans had left on her calves. "Your mom will be here until 9. The nurses are here all night. You'll be okay for one." I told her it was fine. I even meant it. There was a part of me that wanted her not to see me like that for a little while, to just sleep in a bed that did not smell like bleach and plastic. My mother left around 10, leaning over the rails to kiss my forehead, like I was still a kid. "Call if you need anything," she said, like I could just pick up the phone and dial out of this. By midnight, the hallway outside my door had settled into that particular rhythm of late shift. Footsteps, slower voices, lower. A cart squeaked by every so often. The intercom crackled less frequently. Inside the room, the main light was off. Only a small fixture above the sink was on, casting a weak cone of yellow that did not quite reach the bed. The door was closed, but not latched all the way. A narrow rectangle of hallway light streamed in through the wired glass window set into the upper half of it, cutting a pale stripe across the floor and up the wall. I drifted on the edge of sleep, pinned there by tubes and pain and that constant beeping. Every time I started to slide under a cramp, a flare of burning or the cuff tightening on my arm would drag me back. At some point, a nurse had left a plastic cup of Sprite on the tray table within reach. I remember the sound of the can opening earlier, and the fizz as it was poured. My throat had felt like sandpaper from vomiting and the dry hospital air. The first few sips had been heaven-cold, sweet bubbles cutting through the sour taste in my mouth. Now the cup sat there with a lid and a straw pushed through it, sweating slightly in the dim light. I could hear the occasional soft tick of a bubble popping against the plastic. I must have dozed off. When I opened my eyes again, the clock said 2:03. Nothing had changed, and everything had. The first thing I noticed was the monitor. The sound had slowed. Not dangerously slow, just lazier. The beep, beep, had stretched out more space between each tone, like my heart was tired of being on display and was dragging its feet. Then I noticed the light. The thin rectangle of hallway glow across the floor was broken. Someone was standing in front of the window in the door. The shape was just a darker block in the dim shadow where there should have been light. I watched it for a second, brain moving like it was underwater, trying to decide if I was dreaming. Then the door handle moved, very slowly. A small metallic tick that was almost swallowed by the hum of the air vent. The door opened just enough for a slimmer band of light to slide in. A figure slipped through, careful, like they were trying not to let the hinges protest. They did not turn on the room light. From the bed, all I could really see was a silhouette, at first framed by the dim hall glow. Behind them, a human shape in dark clothes. The face was just a shadow, the features washed out by the backlight. They closed the door most of the way again, leaving the room dipped back into that soft, murky half-dark. The only new light was the faint spill around their shoulders. For a few seconds, the person just stood there near the foot of my bed. I lay as still as I could, breathing shallow, trying to blink the blur out of my eyes. Pain and medication had turned my perception unreliable. Shapes stretched and shrank in my peripheral vision on the best of nights. Hello, I tried. It came out rough, muffled a little by the oxygen cannula under my nose. The figure moved toward the side of the bed, toward the tray table. Their steps were soft, barely audible, the faint whisper of rubber soles on the tile. That alone made my pulse tick up a notch. Nurses do not usually sneak. They move with casual speed, purposeful and obvious. This person was careful. They stopped by the tray. I heard the faint creak of the plastic table as weight shifted onto it. Then the sound I cannot forget no matter how much time passes. A small click of plastic on laminate, and then a subtle fizzing as something disturbed the liquid in the cup. The Sprite. Even half-conscious, my brain recognized the noise of the cup being lifted and set back down. I could imagine the surface of the soda rippling bubbles climbing up from the bottom. The figure's shoulder moved as they leaned over, hand doing something small and precise near the lid. The angle of their arm suggested they were dropping something in, or maybe pouring a tiny amount from their other hand. It was not the quick, casual gesture of someone just repositioning a drink. It had a deliberate slowness to it, like they were counting seconds. My fingers twitched against the sheet. The restraints were off that night. Someone had decided I was too weak to knock anything over, but my hands might as well have been tied for all the good they were. They were numb and heavy, full of static. I squinted, trying to see more than the outline. The hallway light behind the figure blurred the details, turning them into a dark cutout. Shorter than some of the nurses, slighter than most of the male doctors. "Who's there?" I asked, louder this time. My tongue felt swollen. The words came thick and slow. The figure paused, hand still near the cup. Then they spoke. "You should drink something," they whispered. "It'll help." The voice was soft. Familiar, but not. It sounded like someone I knew, speaking through a layer of static. Like a voice I had heard 1,000 times, played back on a bad recording, distorted just enough that my drugged brain could not lock the name to the sound. My first wave of thought was Jenna. Even though she was supposed to be at home. Even though she had kissed my forehead and left. My mind, searching for the most comforting answer, plugged her into the shadow and called it good. "Jen," I managed. The figure did not answer. They straightened up from the tray shoulders, moving head turning slightly in my direction. I tried to lift myself to get a better look, but my core muscles were about as useful as my hands. The act of shifting sent a flare of pain through my legs, and the monitor noticed. The gentle beep, 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 jumped into a faster rhythm. Beep, 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 beep. My heart rate number spiked on the screen, bright and accusing. An alarm joined the chorus, a higher, sharper tone that cut through everything. In the hallway, footsteps quickened. A chair scraped. Someone said, "I'll get it," just far enough away that it sounded like a voice from down a long hallway. Inside the room, the figure by the bed flinched. For a sliver of a second, their face turned toward the faint light from the sink, and I saw, just an impression, the outline of a nose, the faint suggestion of a mouth pressed tight, hair pulled back, the glint of something on a wrist. Then the door pushed open hard enough to make the hinges complain, and the room lights snapped on. The world went white. My eyes slammed shut against the sudden brightness. The afterimage of the silhouette burned in the dark behind my eyelids. Mr. Calder, the night nurse's voice, snapped through the room. "Are you okay?" Your heart rate. By the time I forced my eyes back open, blinking against the glare, the shadow was gone. The space by the tray was empty. The door was swinging slightly on its hinges, as if someone had slipped through it fast. All I could see in the hall was the back of another nurse at a distant station, head bent over a chart. "Hey, hey," my nurse said, moving to the monitor, punching a few buttons to silence the alarm. "You with me?" "Yeah," I said, throat dry. "Someone was just here." She glanced at the door. Respiratory was in earlier to check the oxygen. "Maybe you dreamed it." "No," I said. They were right there." My eyes flicked to the tray. The Sprite cup sat exactly where it had been, lid on straw in place, a few bubbles clinging to the plastic. The nurse followed my gaze. "I topped that off earlier," she said. "You should sip on it if you can keep anything down." She checked my IV, my vitals, made a note on her tablet. After a few more assurances that the heart monitor had just seen a little excitement, she dimmed the lights again, leaving only the small sink fixture and the hallway glow. "Try to rest," she said on her way out. The door clicked, nearly shut. The narrow beam of light returned to its place across the floor. I lay there staring at the cup. The pain in my legs settled back into its usual hateful throb. My heart rate dropped slowly, the beep, beep, spacing out again. My mouth was desert dry. My head pounded. The aftertaste of stomach acid lingered on my tongue. Finally, thirst won. I reached for the cup with my clumsy hand, fingers fumbling around the lid until I found the straw. I took a cautious sip. The Sprite was warm now, most of the fizz gone. Under the flat sweetness, there was a bitter edge. It hit the back of my tongue like a coin, sharp, metallic wrong. Hospitals do weird things to flavor. The air, the meds, the plastic, all of it messes with your sense of taste. I told myself that even as my throat tried to recoil. "You need fluids," I thought. "You've been throwing up for days. It's just the cup. Just the meds. Just you." I drank again, shorter this time. My stomach rolled but kept it down. The metallic bitterness lingered, clinging to my gums, my teeth, my tongue. I put the cup back on the tray, the plastic making a soft tap against the surface, and closed my eyes. For years, I told myself that had been a nurse. Some overworked night shifter topping off my soda, checking my lines, moving too fast to explain. That the shadow was nothing, a trick of the hallway light and my failing nerves. The alternative is that the person who walked into my room that night knew exactly what they were doing. 4, 3, they finally say the word. Thallium. They did not say it all at once. Before the word came, there were looks, little exchanges over my bed that they thought I was too out of it to catch. Doctors standing just inside the doorway, talking in a language made of lab values and acronyms, pausing in all the wrong places. Hair kept coming out of me. By then, it was not just the shower clumps. It was the slow thinning everywhere, the tufts on my pillow, the hairs caught on my gown, drifting down my shoulders like black snow every time I shifted. One afternoon, I lifted my hand to scratch the side of my neck and noticed the back of it looked wrong. The little patch of hair that had always been there, fine and dark between my knuckles, and my wrist was sparse now. The skin underneath looked almost waxy. My nails had a faint, sickly tinge, like someone had washed them in weak tea. I stared at my own hand for a long time, as if it belonged to someone else. So when the new neurologist came in, I was already primed for bad news. He was not like the others. Older for one. Late 50s maybe, with hair gone mostly gray at the temples. His white coat looked more worn, like it had actually seen patients instead of just meetings. He had a clipboard, not just a tablet, and there was something about the way he held it, as if it were heavy, that made my stomach knot. He closed the door behind him with a soft click, then walked to the side of the bed. He glanced up at the monitor, then reached over and nudged the volume button down until the beeping was a low background tick instead of the room's main voice. "I'm Dr. Lewis," he said. His tone was calm, steady, the way people sound when they are about to tell you something you will not like but want you to keep listening. "Neurology. They asked me to take a look at your case." "Okay," I said. My throat was dry, my tongue heavy. "That mean they finally figured out what case it is?" He huffed a tiny breath through his nose. Not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. "We're getting closer," he said. He pulled the clipboard up, flipped a couple of pages. The sound of paper moving was surprisingly loud in the quiet room. A soft wuff huff huff that made my skin prickle. His pen tapped once, twice against the cardboard backing as he found the line he was looking for. "Let me ask you a few questions first," he said. "You're an electrician, correct?" "Yeah," I said. "Contractor. Ran a lot of wire for a community college before this." "The college lab," he said, glancing at his notes. "They mentioned a science building." "On a hill," I said. "Chemistry labs, old equipment, a lot of crap left behind before we got there." He nodded slowly. "Have you at any point in the last year or so knowingly handled pesticides, rodenticides, or old industrial chemicals outside of that job?" "Not that I know of," I said. "We used some harsh stuff when my brother and I redid our kitchen. Paint thinner adhesives. Nothing like, I don't know. Not like skull and crossbones poison." He didn't smile at that. "Any hobbies involving metals, electronics, recycling, home plating, anything where you'd be melting, grinding, or burning unknown materials?" "No," I said. "My hobby is falling asleep in front of the TV." He made a small notation, the pen scratching lightly over the paper. "Anyone around you, family coworkers, have similar symptoms? Burning in extremities, hair loss, gastrointestinal issues?" "No," I said. "Just me. Lucky winner." He let that sit for a second, eyes on the page, then lifted his gaze to mine. The air in the room felt thicker. The distant sound of a cart rolling past the door, the muffled overhead announcement 2 floors down, all of it faded a little. Even the monitor seemed to be holding its beeps closer to the vest. "Mr. Calder," he said slowly, "based on your symptoms and on your lab results, there is a strong indication that what you're experiencing is thallium poisoning." The word hung there between us, heavy and unfamiliar. "Thal," what I said. "Thallium," he repeated. "It's a metal, a very toxic one." I tried the syllables out in my head. They did not mean anything. They might as well have been a stranger's name. Is that like lead? I asked. Asbestos. Something in the walls at the college. He shook his head slightly. No, he said. This isn't like environmental lead exposure or casual contact. Thallium is highly restricted. It used to be used in some industrial processes, and for a time, yes, even in certain types of rat poison. But it's been banned from household products for years. It is not something you just pick up from the air vents. My mouth went drier. Then how? It can enter the body in a few ways, he said. Through the skin if the dose is high enough, through inhalation in certain industrial accidents. But most commonly, he tapped the clipboard once more with the pen. Through ingestion, swallowing it. The room seemed to tilt for a second, the ceiling shifting a couple of degrees left. In food, I asked. In water, in a drink, he said. In anything that passes through the mouth and into the gut. It's colorless, tasteless in small amounts, and very, very toxic. Once it's inside, it distributes through the body with a particular affinity for nervous tissue and hair follicles. Hair follicles. My hand moved on its own, drifting upward. I ran my fingers through what was left of my hair. Several strands came away without resistance, sticking to my skin like dark threads. I stared at them for a moment before rubbing them off on the blanket. So that's this, I said. The hair, the burning, the numbness. Yes, he said, your symptom pattern, the pain in your legs and feet, the numbness in your hands, the gastrointestinal distress, and now the alopecia, the hair loss all line up with acute thallium toxicity. The phrase sat in my ears like a sentence being handed down. Toxicity, I repeated. So, I'm poisoned. He didn't flinch at the word. In effect, yes, he said. Your tests show elevated levels consistent with thallium exposure. From where I asked, throat tightening. From that lab, from that rag they joked about. Did I step in something? Did I breathe something? He hesitated. It was a small pause, but I felt it. We don't know the source yet, he said. That's not my department. Right now, my concern is your body and what we can do for it. We've already started chelating agents and supportive therapies to help your system eliminate the metal. But there it was. The whole room seemed to lean toward. But what but thallium does a lot of damage before we even know it's there, he said quietly. It mimics potassium in the body, gets into cells it has no business being in. There is no single universally effective antidote. We treat the symptoms. We try to speed excretion. We support organs as best we can. Some patients recover fully. Others... He didn't finish the sentence. He did not have to. My eyes dropped back to my hands. The skin on the backs of them looked thinner, almost translucent. The hair that should have been there was patchy. The nails had that faint, bluish-yellow cast like bruises that had never fully formed. How long, I asked. I was not even sure what I was asking, how long it had been happening, or how long I had. He understood it the first way. Based on your lab work alone, it's hard to say, he said. But there is another test we can do. One that gives us a better sense of the timeline. He shifted the clipboard to his other hand and reached up gently, lifting a small lock of my hair from near my temple between his fingers. Your hair, he said, is like a recording device. Every time something significant happens in your bloodstream, like a dose of a particular metal, it leaves a trace in the growing shaft. As it grows out, that history is preserved in segments almost like rings in a tree. He let the hair fall back against my skull. If we take a sample and analyze it along its length, he continued, we can see when, in the past months, you were exposed and how often, whether this was a single large event or multiple smaller ones over time. My mind jumped immediately to the lab again, to the rag hanging by the sink with its handwritten warning, to the bottles with dust-coated labels and faded hazard symbols, to the first dizzy spell on the ladder the moment the room tilted. Probably started when I took that college job, I said. We thought the building was cleared, but there was stuff everywhere. Maybe I got hit one day and didn't notice until it built up. He studied me for a second, eyes steady. It's possible, he said carefully. But we'll know more once we see the hair analysis. If this is an isolated exposure that's pushed your system over the edge or something that has been happening longer than you realize. Longer than I realize. How long is longer? I asked. He looked down at the papers again, then back up. Months, he said. Potentially, up to a year. The idea that I might have been walking around with this in me for that long made my stomach roll. You're telling me I've been being poisoned for a year and didn't know? I'm telling you, we need more data before we draw conclusions, he said. But if the hair shows repeated spikes at regular intervals, it would suggest chronic exposure, not a single accident. He made a few more notes, the pen tapping once more against the board. In the hallway, someone laughed, the sound quickly swallowed by the closing of a door. A code was called 3 floors up, a muffled string of syllables over the intercom. Life and death went on around us in fluorescent flicker. In the meantime, he said, we keep doing what we're doing. We manage your pain. We support your organs. We hope the levels come down and the damage stabilizes. I won't lie to you, Mr. Calder, thallium is one of the nastier things we see. But knowing what we're dealing with is better than not knowing. He set the clipboard down at the foot of the bed for a moment, resting his hands on the rail. Do you have any questions for me right now? I had hundreds all jammed together in my throat. What are my chances? Will I walk again? Will my daughter remember me as anything other than a man in a hospital bed? What I said was, am I going to die? His eyes softened, but he did not look away. We are going to do everything we can to prevent that, he said. But yes, this is serious. Very serious. Not an answer, and exactly the answer. After he left, the nurse came in to adjust my drip. The monitor's volume went back up a notch, as if the room had gotten self-conscious about how quiet it had been. Beep, beep, beep. I lay there staring at the ceiling, rolling the new word around in my head like a pebble. Thallium. It did not sound like a thing that should be inside a human being. It sounded like the name of a planet that would kill you if you stepped on it. In the days that followed, they took their samples, snipped pieces of my hair, sent them off to labs I would never see. While I lay there under the white lights, the story of what had been happening to me was being read in some other room, inch by inch, strand by strand. At that point, I still believed this had started in that lab with that stupid rag and those dusty bottles. I imagined one bad day, one careless contact, one invisible cloud of something in the air vents that had slipped into my thermos or my lungs. A horrible accident, an unlucky intersection between my job and an old building's secrets. I was wrong about when the poisoning began. Whoever did this to me started almost a year before I touched a single piece of college lab equipment. 5.1. The steakhouse meeting I wasn't invited to. By the time Detective Eric Palmer came to my house, I could walk across the porch without a walker, but only if I pretended not to notice how careful my feet were being. It was late afternoon, the kind of Pennsylvania day where the sky looks like a dirty sheet, thin light, no warmth. I was sitting in the plastic chair on our small front porch, watching cars move along the side street like they were part of someone else's life. Jenna was running errands. Angela was at a friend's house. For once, the duplex was quiet. Too quiet. That was when the unmarked sedan pulled up to the curb. You know a cop car when you see one, even if it does not have decals. The way it parks perfectly aligned with the curb. The way the engine cuts off like someone flipped a switch, no extra rev. The man who got out was not in uniform, just a worn sport coat over a button-down tie slightly loosened. He had the kind of face that looks permanently serious, not because he is angry, but because he has seen more than he wanted to. "Mr. Calder?" he asked, stepping up onto the porch. "Yeah," I said. "You must be the detective." He nodded and stuck out his hand. His grip was firm but not crushing. "Eric Palmer," he said. "Mind if I sit?" I gestured to the other chair, the one Jenna used when she came out here to smoke, when she was stressed and pretended she had quit. He sat the chair, creaking a little under his weight. For a moment, we just listened to the neighborhood distant lawnmower, a dog barking 2 houses over the faint rush of traffic from the highway farther out. "You look better than the last pictures I saw," he said. "Low bar?" I replied. He gave a small huff of what might have been a laugh. "We've been working your case," he said. "Thought it was time I told you what that looks like from my side." "My case," I repeated. The word still felt foreign. "You mind if I tell it the way I remember it?" he asked. "It's easier for me to put it in order that way." "Go ahead," I said. "I'm used to being the one listened to. Feels fair to switch for a bit." He leaned back, eyes focusing on somewhere that was not my porch. "There's this steakhouse off the highway," he began. "You probably know it. Big fake cow on the roof, neon sign that flickers, smells like burned meat from the parking lot." "I've driven past it," I said. "Yeah." Well, he went on. "That's where they decided to have the meeting. DA likes the place. Says he thinks better with a baked potato in front of him." I pictured it as he talked, building the scene in my head. A low-ceilinged room with dark wood booths, framed pictures of baseball teams on the walls, everything coated in a thin layer of cooking grease and spilled beer. The sizzle of steaks hitting the grill, the pop of fat, the smell of butter and char. "You had the coroner from here," Palmer said, ticking off on his fingers. "The pathologist from the big hospital. A couple of detectives from the city. Me, the DA, and a couple of state guys who showed up because, well, mysterious poisoning looks good in a memo." He mimed the scene with small gestures. "We were at this long table near the bar," he said. "Plates everywhere, glasses sweating. On the TV above the bar, some baseball game was in the 9th inning. Crowd roaring, announcers losing their minds." He paused, eyes tightening just slightly. "And in the middle of all that, the coroner flips open a folder," he said, and says like he's reading the weather report, 900 times the lethal limit. My stomach lurched like I was still in the ambulance. 900, I said. "That's what the lab found," Palmer said, turning his head to look at me. "When they first checked your levels, they were off the chart. To be clear, most people with that concentration of thallium in their system are not around to complain about it." I swallowed. The porch felt colder. "So I was a dead man walking," I said. "Technically, yeah," he replied. "Medically, it was astonishing you lasted as long as you did and that you're still here now." He glanced down at his hands, then continued. "The DA is sawing into his steak. He said fat popping on the plate, and he's asking, 'So what are we looking at? Accident, suicide, homicide?' Like he's choosing from the specials menu." In my head, the sounds layered over each other. The clink of forks and knives on plates. The bartender smashing ice into metal shakers. The TV commentators screaming about a home run, while a group of men casually discussed how and why my body had almost failed. "The pathologist starts with the basics," Palmer said. "Explains for the 10th time that thallium isn't something you just stumble into in 1990-something. It's controlled. It's rare. It doesn't show up in tap water or cleaning supplies or cheap fast food." He scratched the back of his neck, like the memory bothered him in a way he didn't often admit. "He's pointing at his folder with his fork," Palmer said. "There's a little piece of steak fat stuck to the edge, and he's talking about peripheral neuropathy, alopecia, GI distress, all the things you went through." The DA sets his knife down, wipes his mouth, and says, "So somebody had to give it to him, right?" "Just like that," I said. "Just like that," Palmer nodded. "Matter of fact, not cruel exactly, just clinical. Like he'd already decided what box to put you in." He mimed someone flipping pages. I could hear it in my head, the soft flapping of paper over the background roar of a restaurant. "First theory on the table," he said, "was one massive dose. A single event. Somebody dumps a bunch in your drink, you go downhill fast, end of story." The numbers almost begged for it, that 900 times figure. So that's where their heads went. "Except it wasn't that simple," I said. "Nothing ever is," he replied. He shifted the chair, giving a little plastic squeak. A car rolled past on the street tires, whispering on the asphalt. "We talked about your job," he said. "About the science building. About the fact that when investigators first went through that lab, they actually found old thallium vials in a back cabinet. Dusty, but there. They also found a rag by the sink with a handwritten note, 'Thallium wipe, touch and die.'" Hearing the words from someone else made my skin crawl, even though I already knew that rag existed. "You've seen something like that, right?" he asked. "I saw the rag," I said. "Thought it was some student's bad joke. We were told the place was cleared." Palmer nodded. "That was everyone's first thought at the table," he said. "Bad safety protocols, old chemicals. You working long hours in a place that hadn't been properly cleaned. Maybe someone used that rag wrong. Maybe something splashed, got into your food, your drink, your skin. An industrial accident that just took its time showing up." He shrugged one shoulder. "From a narrative standpoint, it fits," he said. "Guy goes to work in a dangerous place, ends up poisoned. It's tidy. People like tidy." But I asked. "But then the lab reports from the crime scene techs came in," he said. "They tested that rag. The counters, the air, the drains, nothing. No measurable thallium on any of it. The rag with the scary note. Just dirty. No poison. The vials accounted for sealed logs, matched no sign of tampering." He spread his hands. "So you've got a man full of thallium," he said, "and a lab that looks guilty from a distance but clean up close." The picture in my mind blurred the beakers, the bottles, the warning sign replaced by the idea of people in protective gear swabbing surfaces and getting only normal grime. "What about the guys I worked with?" I asked. "Did they test them?" "They did," he said. "The first hospital flagged your case as unusual. Poison control got involved. Once the thallium levels came back, the state sent people to test the guys from your crew. Nick, Carl, Shane. The whole gang. And all negative," he said. "No elevated levels. Not even trace. Whatever you got it alone." The word dropped between us like a stone. I had always thought of that job as something we did together, long days, shared tools, shared jokes. The idea that whatever was killing me had threaded its way only into my veins, and not theirs, made me feel singled out in a way that tightened my chest. "So you're all at this table," I said slowly, eating steaks, talking about my body like it was a case file, he finished quietly. Which for the record it was. For some reason, the image that stuck hardest wasn't the folder with my lab results or the DA's questions. It was the thought of someone saying 900 times the lethal limit while pushing a fork into a baked potato sour cream, bleeding into the skin. "There's something messed up about that," I said. There's something messed up about all of it, Palmer answered. Cops don't get to pick the setting. Sometimes the only time you can get all the right people in one place is over expensive meat and cheap beer at 8:30 on a Thursday. He rubbed his thumb along the edge of his chair arm. What I couldn't shake, he said, was the way they talked about you, like you were already gone. We didn't know yet if you were going to pull through, but they were using past tense half the time. He was an electrician. He was working on a lab. Like your body had already signed off, even if the paperwork hadn't. I looked down at my legs, at the faint scars from IV sites and monitors, at the patchiness, where hair had not fully grown back. How close was it, I asked. He didn't sugarcoat it. Close, he said. Closer than most people ever get and come back from. By the numbers, by the organ function charts, you were hovering. Couple dominoes fall a little differently in that ICU. We're having a different kind of conversation today, or not having one at all. For a moment, the porch, the street, the whole neighborhood seemed to recede, like I was back in that hospital bed, hearing about myself as if I were someone else. So what did they decide? I asked that night, between bites. That's where it gets interesting, he said. Because while the DA is ready to slap accidental lab exposure on your file and move on, the coroner's pointing at those numbers again, 900 times, he's saying, you don't get here by one oops. And if you did, we'd be cleaning up more than one victim. Palmer's gaze went past me toward the street, like he was replaying the moment. One of the state guys asked about your family too, he said. Mentioned that your wife and daughter had tested with trace amounts. Not lethal, not even close, but enough to show they'd been near the stuff. I felt a twitch in my chest at the word trace. They raised a glass, Palmer said, and kept talking like it was just another interesting puzzle. You, your house, your job, all of it laid out between the salt and pepper shakers. And somewhere between the second round of drinks and the check, they agreed on one thing. Whatever had gotten into you, it wasn't just bad luck in a college lab. He turned back to me, his eyes clearer now present. That was the night, he said quietly, when this stopped being a weird medical case and started being a crime in everyone's mind but yours. I sat there listening to the traffic roll by the faint clatter of dishes from inside our kitchen, the echo of knives and forks from a night I had not been invited to, but that had carved my life into before and after. I had thought the horror was over when they sent me home. Palmer had just made it very clear it was still taking shape somewhere between a steak plate and a manila folder with my name on it. 5.2, not the lab, not the guys. Palmer did not come back the next day, or the next week. Life settled into a weird imitation of normal doctor follow-ups, pills in a plastic organizer, my legs learning to trust the floor again. I moved slower, thought slower. The world felt like a movie playing at 3/4 speed. Then one afternoon, his sedan was back in front of my duplex. Same sport coat, same tired face, different eyes. There was something sharper there now, like he was carrying a piece of the answer around and trying to figure out where to put it. We sat on the porch again. Same plastic chairs, same view of the cracked sidewalk and the crooked mailbox. He rested his forearms on his knees, fingers loosely laced. Last time I was here, he said, I told you about the steakhouse, how we thought this might be some kind of lab accident. I remember, I said. Yeah, he replied. Well, we went to the lab. He shifted his weight, his voice taking on that slightly distant quality again, like he was watching his own memories as he spoke. You know that hallway in the science building? He said the one with the flickering lights. I nodded. I could see it clearly, the stained ceiling tiles, the buzzing fixtures, the long echo when your work boots hit the tile. There were 3 of us walking it, he said. Me, a guy from the state health department, and a crime scene tech who looked about 12 but knew more about trace contaminants than anyone I've ever met. She had this metal case with her full of little bottles and swabs and wipes, all the toys. I pictured them moving down that hallway, the echo of their boots mixing with a faint hum from the old building. "We start in the chem lab you were working," Palmer said. "Same room you told me about. Beakers, bottles, all that. Except now most of it's boxed or labeled or both. Somebody's tried to make it look respectable." His mouth twisted, not quite a smile. "Health department guy is doing his thing," he went on. "He's got this handheld meter that clicks every time it takes a reading. The tech is swabbing surfaces, dropping the swabs into tubes, labeling them. Every few seconds you hear this little click. 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 From the meter, and then she says, negative." He imitated her flat tone perfectly. "Sink," he said. "Negative. Countertops. Negative. Fume hood. Negative. That rag with the handwritten death threat." She held it with tongs like it might bite, swabbed it, ran it. "Negative. Nothing I asked. Dust grime, a whole lot of lazy housekeeping," he said. "But no thallium. Not on anything you would have reasonably touched. Not in the air samples. Nothing in the vents. We even checked the drain traps. It was like someone had scrubbed the ghost out of the place." I thought of the hours I'd spent in that room, the sweat, the jokes, the bad music from the break room radio. "So it wasn't the lab," I said. "Not in any way we could prove," he replied. "And believe me, we tried. The university coughed up their inventory logs too. Every vial of thallium they'd ever kept on site, how much when it was last used. The whole thing read like a tax return. State guy triple-checked the numbers. No missing stock. No unaccounted gaps. They were dull as hell, which usually means they're telling the truth." He leaned back the chair, giving its usual small creak. "That left the people," he said. "Guys you worked with. Foremen. Supervisors. Anyone who had access to that building and your daily routine. I thought of Nick leaning against the wall making bad jokes. Of Carl rolling his eyes at all of us. Of Shane with his dip cup spitting brown into plastic. We brought them in one by one," Palmer said. "Sat them in a little room with bad lighting and worse coffee. Asked them the same questions 16 different ways. He ticked them off. Did you ever bring chemicals out of the lab? Did you ever see anyone put anything in Ray's food or drink? Have you ever handled thallium? Do you know what thallium is?" He snorted softly. "Most of them thought it was some kind of allergy medicine," he said. "One guy thought it was a new car model. 'Is that the one with the V8?' he asks." I almost felt bad for him when the polygraph guy started wiring him up. I raised an eyebrow. "You polygraphed them, some of them," he said. "We don't hang a whole case on one of those things, but when you're stuck, you use every tool you have. We had your buddy Nick on the wires, he's sweating, cracking jokes, the whole thing. Machines humming, pens moving. He comes out marginally nervous, but nothing that screams, 'I poisoned my coworker.'" He moved to the next finger. "Then there's Shane," he said. "Our little prince of disgusting pranks." We had heard the stories by then. The tobacco spit, the swapped cans, all of it. If anyone on that crew was going to think slipping something into a drink was funny, it was him. I could almost smell the mix of wintergreen dip and stale soda just hearing the name. "How'd he do?" I asked. "Bad," Palmer said. "Real bad." Polygraph guy comes out shaking his head, says it's one of the worst charts he's seen. Huge spikes on certain questions. "Did you ever put something in Ray's drink he didn't know about?" Boom. "Do you know anything about how Ray got poisoned?" Boom. My heart rate ticked up just hearing it. "So he did it," I said. "No," Palmer said immediately. "At least, not the way you're thinking. When we pressed him, really pressed him, he broke. But not on thallium. On being a moron. Turns out he'd pulled a stunt a year before, dumped hot sauce concentrate in another guy's coffee, almost sent him to the ER. Boss chewed him out, told him if he ever messed with somebody's drink again, he was fired. So when we're asking about putting things in drinks, His brain is screaming about that incident, not you. He's guilty, just not of attempted murder. We verified. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong idiot. He shrugged. These guys joke with spit and soda, he said, voice flat. But not with murder. They're stupid, not homicidal. The words sat in the air between us, sticky and uncomfortable. So if it's not the lab, I said slowly, and not the guys at work, what's left? He looked at me for a long moment before answering. Home, he said. The word felt like a punch. Our next step, he went on, was your duplex. We got a warrant. Brought in the same crime scene techs. Gloves, booties, the whole Ghostbuster getup. I could see it in my mind, even though I hadn't been there, the quiet invasion of my house strangers, stepping carefully over the threshold, bringing their clean world into my dirty one. They started in the obvious places, Palmer said. Kitchen first, he ticked off. Sink countertops, cabinet handles, fridge door, stove knobs, swab label bag. The tech has this little spray bottle with a reagent, mists it on test strips, feeds them into the portable reader. Every time it finishes, it gives this low beep. Negative. Dining table, chairs, floors, tea pitcher in the fridge, mugs, glasses, same drill. Swab spray beep. Negative, negative, negative. I imagined them opening our fridge past the Tupperware and condiment jars, pulling out the plastic pitcher Jenna used for iced tea, popping the lid, swabbing the rim. So my water was clean, I said. Cleaner than the city supply in some neighborhoods I've seen, he answered. We checked taps too, pipes. Nothing that would explain thallium. He shifted again, the plastic chair grumbling in protest. We moved on to your bedroom, he said. Nightstands, alarm clock, lamp switches, drawers. Bathroom sink, toothbrush holder, shower drain, even some of your hair from the trash. We weren't picky. Same thing every time, spray, beep, negative. It was strange picturing people in Tyvek suits going through my drawers, my trash, all the little private messes. I never thought anyone would look at that closely. Shirts I'd worn to work. Socks Jenna had yelled at me about leaving on the floor. All of it now part of a crime scene. Living room, he went on. Remote coffee table, couch arms where you always rested your hands. That blanket you like, the blue one with the frayed edge, testing. Negative. He let the repetition sink in. Negative, negative, negative. The tech was getting frustrated, he said. You could see it. She keeps checking her controls, making sure the equipment's working. It is. It's just not finding what we know has been in your body. He flexed his fingers, then stilled them. Finally, he said, we get to the cabinets over the sink. My throat tightened. I knew what lived there. Your wife had told us where you kept it, he said. Said it like she was being helpful. He always put his work thermos up there when it was clean. He mimed reaching upward. So the tech reaches into the cabinet, he said. Moves a couple of old travel mugs, a chipped coffee cup from some hardware store promo. And there it is. He looked at me, then holding my gaze. Gray metal thermos, he said. Scuffed. Familiar. I swallowed. I could see it as clearly as if it were on the table between us. She sets it on the counter, he said. Gloves on. Looks at me, back at it. This the one? She asks. That's the one, I tell her. His voice had gone quieter. She starts with the outside, he said. Body handle bottom. Swab spray, beep. Negative. Maybe a little kitchen grime, but nothing exotic. Then she unscrews the lid. The sound lived in my bones, the gurk of metal threads that had been turned 1,000 times. I hear that scraping noise, he said, nodding as if he could hear it too. Same noise you probably heard every morning for years. And I remember thinking for no good reason that it sounded worse in a quiet kitchen than it ever could at a job site. She takes a fresh swab, he continued, runs it right along the threads at the top, the place where the lid meets the cup, the place your mouth passes every time you drink if you're not careful. Into the tube, bit of reagent, into the reader. The machine hums for a second. We both watch the little screen like it's about to tell our fortunes. He paused, letting the porch fill with the sounds of the street, the distant whoosh of a car taking the corner too fast, a kid yelling for someone to throw the ball back. When it finished, he said softly, it didn't give the low, negative beep. My heart hammered against my ribs. It gave the other one, he said. Higher pitch, sharper. The "you found something" beep. The tech's shoulders went up. She checks the code against her chart. Double checks, triple checks. Then she looks at me and says, "This is consistent with thallium." The porch felt smaller suddenly, like the air had been pulled out of it. Nowhere else, I asked. My voice sounded thin. We reran everything he said, retested the pitcher, the glasses, the sink. Your cutlery, for God's sake. We even checked dust from the top of your fridge. All negative. The only hit we got in your entire house was on the ridge where that lid screws on. I stared at my hands, at the faint impressions where IVs had once been, at the small, pale half-moons of my nails. You're telling me, I said slowly, that the only place that stuff showed up in my life was where my lips touched. He nodded once. Your house was clean, he said. Your water was clean. Your food, your cups, your dishes clean. The only place we found that stuff was right where your lips went day after day. I thought of every morning in that yellow kitchen. Jenna at the counter, the pitcher of tea, the metal cap turning that same old grrk, the weight of the thermos in my hand. Jokes at work, breaks on ladders, sips in the lab, the way the cold tea tasted after hours of breathing construction dust. It could have been the lab, I said weakly. Someone, something, getting on the threads there. It would make my job easier if it was he said. But we tested your locker at the job site, the shelf where you kept it, the hook you hung your jacket on. Negative. Whatever got on that thermos got on it here, in this house, in that kitchen. Not once, not by accident. Enough times to leave a trace even after washing. A breeze moved down the street, rattling the dead leaves in the gutter. Somewhere inside, the fridge compressor kicked on with a familiar hum, the sound sliding through the open window like a memory. Palmer sat back, watching me absorb it. You were poisoned at home, Ray? He said. Not unkindly. Not by some stranger in a lab coat. Not by some idiot with a dip cup. By someone who knew exactly which cup you trusted the most. 5'3". My brother, my wife, my hair. The next time Palmer came over, the folder he carried looked heavier. Not just thicker, heavier, like whatever was inside it had weight beyond paper. It was late afternoon again, that weird time when the light over the parking lot goes from white to a dull, tired gold. A couple of kids from the duplex across the way were playing catch near the row of dented sedans, shouting to each other like the world was never going to end. I was back in my usual spot on the porch. My legs worked well enough now that nobody offered me an arm going up the 3 steps. But each stair still felt like a reminder of what had been chewing through my nerves. Palmer climbed the steps, nodded in greeting, and sat down without being asked. The plastic chair sighed under him. He set the folder on his knee. It was one of those standard manila things, but overstuffed edges of reports and printouts, peeking out corners, dog-eared. A strip of masking tape ran along the front, with my name handwritten in black marker. Seeing my name on it felt worse than any hospital bracelet. You holding up? He asked. As much as someone who found out his favorite cup was trying to kill him can hold up, I said. He gave a small, humorless smile. "Fair," he said. For a minute, we just listened. Wind pushed a plastic grocery bag along the sidewalk, making it crackle. One of the kids missed a throw. The ball hit a car bumper with a dull thunk, and someone yelled, "Dude, not my mom's car!" Somewhere beyond the duplexes on the main road, a truck hit its brakes. The sound of the air release, that long, sharp psh, cut across the neighborhood, then faded. It made the hairs on my arms rise, even though I hadn't been there the night Jenna's first husband died. I had only heard about that crash in pieces, tractor trailer wrong, angle wrong, second. "That sound always bug you?" Palmer asked casually, eyes on the street. "Used to just mean traffic," I said. "Now it makes me think about lawyers and settlement letters." He nodded like he already knew that. He flipped the folder open. The paper made a soft flap, flap, as he turned a few pages. "We've talked about the lab," he said. "About your co-workers, about the thermos." "Yeah," I said. "You told me I was getting poisoned in my own kitchen." "That's right," he said. "Today I'm going to tell you how long that's been happening. Give or take." He pulled out a stapled stack and balanced it on top of the folder so I could see the top page. I couldn't read much from where I sat, just my name, some dates, and a whole lot of numbers in columns. "This is the hair analysis," he said. "You remember Dr. Lewis talking about that?" I nodded. "He said my hair was like a tree ring," I said. "A timeline." "Exactly," Palmer said. "Thallium loves hair. When it's in your bloodstream, some of it gets locked into the follicle as the hair grows. So each bit of length represents a window of time. Our lab took a sample they collected in the hospital, what was left of it anyway, and sliced it into segments. Then they tested each segment for thallium concentration. He tapped the paper with a blunt fingertip. "Each spike here," he said, "is a dose." I squinted. I could see a rough graph printed along one side, little peaks rising and falling along a line. It reminded me of the heart monitor, except this one was tracing poison instead of beats. "How many spikes?" I asked. "More than one," he said. "More than 5. Enough that we stopped using our fingers and started using a ruler." He traced along the page as he spoke. Based on average hair growth rates, he said the earliest elevated segment goes back to roughly 11 months before you landed in the big hospital. The peaks keep showing up at irregular but frequent intervals from there, right up to the last chunk, which lines up with your ICU stay. 11 months, I repeated. The number sat heavy in my mouth. I didn't even have the college job 11 months before I said. I didn't set foot in that lab until, 6, 7 months ago. 7, he confirmed without checking. "We double-checked your contractor records. The first work order at the college is dated 7 months before your ICU admission. Your hair says the poisoning started 4 months before that." The kids in the parking lot laughed at something. The ball bounced off a curb and rolled under a pickup. One of them bent to retrieve it. "So it wasn't the lab," I said again, slower this time. "Couldn't have been." "Not as the starting point," he said. "Something was happening to you before you ever saw a toxic label on a bottle." He flipped another page. More numbers, more printed lines. "We also tested other people in your orbit," he said. "Your wife, your daughter, your brother, a couple of co-workers." I felt my chest tighten. "Angela?" I asked. He nodded. "Your little girl had a trace amount in her system," he said. "Nothing like what you had. Orders of magnitude smaller. The kind of numbers that make toxicologists frown, not panic. But enough to say she'd been around the stuff." I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. I pictured her at the kitchen table, legs swinging in pajama pants, cereal bowl in front of her, reaching for my cup just because it was there. "Same with Jenna," he added. "Very low levels. Not enough to make her sick, not at the time we tested her. But measurable. So it was. In the house, I said. In the air, if it were in the air or water, you'd expect to see it in higher, more consistent numbers across everyone, he said. Instead, you have a pattern you with massive repeated exposure. Your wife and daughter with tiny intermittent exposure. That lines up more with what we found on the thermos than with some general environmental contamination. He paused, letting that settle in. What about Mark? I asked. You said you tested my brother. He nodded again, flipping to another set of results. Your brother's labs came back clean, he said. No elevated thallium in blood or urine at the time of sampling. Hair samples showed no chronic exposure pattern like yours. But he was in the kitchen, I said. We worked in there together. He helped with the remodel. We drank beer at that table. He had access. He did, Palmer agreed. Which is why he was on our board with a big question mark. Here's the thing, though. The hair timeline doesn't just tell us that you were being poisoned. It helps us see who could not have been the primary source. Some of your highest spikes line up with periods where your brother was barely around months, where he was on that out-of-state construction job. And those earliest doses, the ones almost a year back, they predate the kitchen remodel by a mile. So he wasn't here enough, I said. Not enough to account for that pattern, Palmer said. Could he have been part of it? Maybe. But the numbers don't scream his name the way they do someone who saw you every single day. The wind shifted, bringing with it the faint smell of someone grilling a few houses down charcoal lighter fluid meat. It mingled with the memory of hospital disinfectant in the back of my throat. You're circling my house, I said quietly, and now you're circling the people in it. He didn't argue. I know this part isn't easy, he said, but this is how we do it. You start wide lab co-workers, environmental sources. You knock those down. You move closer. Who sees your routine? Who knows your habits? Who knows you like your tea a certain way in your gray thermos every morning? I thought of Mark handing me a beer, rolling his eyes at my complaints about overtime. Thought of him catching me once when my knee tried to give out on the stairs, yelling, "Watch it, old man," but with real fear behind the joke. Mark wouldn't, I said. He can be an ass, but not like that. He loaned me money once when we were broke. He's the one who drove me to the ER the first time. Palmer listened, not interrupting. And Jenna, I started, then stopped. He did not fill in the silence for me. She married a man who wasn't her first choice, I said instead. She lost her husband. Then she met me. We built something. Maybe not perfect, but we were planning a future. The business. The trips with Angela. She stayed at the hospital. She signed the forms. I could hear the thinness in my own voice. She was there, I finished weakly. Yes, he said. She was. He slid another paper out, this one less numbers and more paragraphs. At the top, I could see some typed lines, then a section in quotes. This is from our interview with her, he said. You weren't there for this part, so I'm going to give it to you straight. He cleared his throat, then read. My husband liked iced tea, he quoted. Every morning I filled his thermos from the big pitcher in the fridge. Sometimes he didn't finish it at work and would bring some home. I didn't want to waste it, so I'd pour the leftover back into the pitcher. Me and Angela drank from that pitcher too. Maybe that's how we all got exposed. He looked up. She called it the iced tea theory, he said. Sold it to us like she'd figured out the mystery herself. It's weirdly specific, isn't it? Not maybe it was on his hands, or maybe it was in the water, but the leftover tea from the thermos went back into the pitcher and poisoned the whole family just a little bit. I remembered her standing at the sink lid in one hand, thermos in the other, tipping whatever was left back into the plastic pitcher, the sound of liquid splashing the thin tink of metal on plastic. It sounds stupid, I said. It sounds specific and stupid, he agreed. Which, I'll be honest, sometimes is how the truth sounds. Real life is full of dumb little systems people invent that end up hurting them. For a while, we couldn't rule it out. You big doses straight from the thermos, them smaller doses secondhand from the pitcher. He let that hang there a second, then shook his head. But then we tested the pitcher, he said. We hit every inch of that thing. Inside, outside lid spout. Ran it through the same tests as your thermos. We even scraped residue from the seams. All clean, no thallium, not even trace. He tapped the folder again, almost gently. So we're left with this, he said. Your brother physically capable, emotionally messy, but with no exposure pattern and no consistent proximity. Your wife with a story that almost fits and trace amounts in her own system. You with hair that reads like a scheduled dose after dose, month after month. And a thermos that shows poison exactly where it needed to be to get into you, and nowhere else. The kids' game broke up. Someone's mom called them in. A car door slammed. The sun was dropping lower shadows stretching across the cracked pavement. I stared at my hands again, at the faint lines where hospital bracelets had worn the skin, at the tiny lighter patches on my arms where IV tape had been ripped off. It was such a stupid, specific story, I said slowly, that it almost sounded true. I looked out toward the parking lot where my car still sat in its usual space dust, gathering along the windshield wipers. The problem was, I said, my voice low, when they tested the pitcher in our fridge, it was clean. Something or someone was putting the poison straight on the rim. 6.1. The iced tea story. I did not see Jenna's interrogation when it happened. When she sat in that little gray room at the station, I was still trying to stand up from a chair without feeling like my bones were full of hot sand. At the time, all I knew was she had to go answer some questions and that I should rest. Later, sitting on our porch with Detective Palmer and his fat folder, I got the replay. Not the sanitized version, his version. The room we put her in, he said, is the same one we use for shoplifters and guys who throw punches at bars. Nothing special. Square gray walls, metal table that's colder than it looks, plastic chairs that flex just enough to make people nervous they're going to break them if they shift too much. He scratched his jaw, eyes unfocused, like he was watching it on a screen only he could see. There's a camera in the corner, he went on. Up near the ceiling. Little black dome with a tiny red light that goes blink, blink, every few seconds. Everyone pretends not to look at it. Everyone fails. He said Jenna was already sitting when he walked in. Black jeans, dark sweater, hair pulled back in a low knot. Lawyer to her right wearing a suit that tried too hard. A styrofoam cup of water in front of her, beads of condensation making a ring on the table. The air conditioner in that wing's a piece of junk, Palmer said. Makes this constant humming rattle. Not loud enough to drown anything out, just enough to get in your head. Your wife kept glancing at the vent over the door like it might fall on her. He sat down across from her in that room, a legal pad in front of him, a cheap ballpoint pen he kept flipping between his fingers. Her lawyer had his own pad, his own pen, his own rehearsed expression. We turned the monitor volume in the observation room down so we could hear every syllable Palmer said. In the room, it was just that hum, the faint ticking of the camera light, and your wife's fingernail dragging around the rim of that cup. He imitated it, without meaning, to his fingertip, tracing an invisible circle on his knee. "Can you state your name for the record?" he'd asked her. Jenna Calder, she'd said. Calm, steady. I watched her on the monitor, he told me. No tears, no shaking hands, not frozen either. Just controlled. When I asked how you were doing, she said, "He's home. He's tired." Like she was talking about a neighbor, not her husband, who'd spent weeks screaming into hospital pillows. He paused, letting that sit. When I got around to the tea, he said she didn't hesitate. He flipped a page in his folder. The paper made that soft flap, flap again. "This is almost word for word," he said. "Tell me about your mornings," he'd said to her. "Before Ray got sick, start with breakfast." Jenna had looked down at the cup in front of her. On the tape, Palmer said you can see her thumb slide along the wet cardboard, smearing the ring of moisture. "We're not fancy people," she said. "He gets up, shower, gets dressed. I make iced tea. I always make iced tea." "Every morning?" he asked. "Every morning," she said. "I have this pitcher in the fridge. I fill it the night before. In the morning, I stir it, I pour it into his gray thermos, the tall one. He likes it cold at work. Says it tastes better than the coffee there." On the porch, I could almost see it from outside myself, Jenna in that interrogation room, giving my routine back piece by piece. She talked about the ice clinking in the thermos, Palmer said. How she held the pitcher with 2 hands, how she always wiped the side if it dripped. Details you don't get unless you've done something a lot. He glanced at me, checking if I was still following. I was, too closely. "Then I asked what happened when you didn't finish it," he said. He looked back at the file. His voice flattened into a near-perfect impression of her. "Sometimes he brings some home," she said. "He works long days. Sometimes he doesn't drink at all. I don't like wasting things." "So what do you do with the leftover?" he asked. "I pour it back," she said. "Into the pitcher. I mean, it's just tea. The pitcher's in the fridge. We all drink from it. Me, Angela. We don't have a lot of money. I'm not going to just dump it down the sink." On the recording, he said she'd picked up the styrofoam cup of water at that moment. The camera caught a close-up of her fingers, nails short, no polished knuckles, a little red from the dry air in the house. Same hands that screwed the lid on my thermos every morning. She took a sip, Palmer said, and then without thinking, she set it down and started tracing the lip of the cup with her index finger. Just slow circles, round and round, like she was drawing a highway on the edge of it. He showed me with his own hand, a finger moving in an endless loop on the arm of his chair. I asked her, he said, "Do you think that could be how you and your daughter were exposed?" He flipped another sheet. She looked straight at the camera, he said. Not at me, not at her lawyer. At the lens. "Yes," she said. "I think that's what happened. Ray must have gotten into something at work. It got on his thermos. It came home in the tea. When I poured it back, we all got a little bit of it. Me and Angela just... not as much." "What did her lawyer do?" I asked. "Nothing," Palmer said. That was the interesting part. He didn't flinch, didn't lean over to whisper. That tells me they'd coordinated that story beforehand, or she'd told it to him, and he'd decided it was their best shot. He turned a page and tapped a margin note. "She didn't cry when she talked about you in the ICU," he said. "She mentioned it, sure. He was in so much pain. They tied his hands down sometimes so he wouldn't hurt himself." All true, but she said it like she was describing a documentary she'd watched once. Something awful that happened to someone on a screen. I stared at a crack in the porch concrete, a thin line that ran from the step to the bush. "Some people shut down when they're scared," I said quietly. "Some people sound cold when they're actually breaking inside." That's what I told myself. At the hospital. When she was on her phone instead of looking at me. "It's possible," he said. "I've seen that. Not everyone cries on cue. Some people freeze. Some people get practical. Some talk about funeral arrangements like they're ordering takeout. But there's something about the way she told the iced tea story that stuck with me. On his lap, his finger resumed that slow circle motion tracing the ghost of a rim. She was eager, he said. That's the word I keep coming back to. Not hysterical, not defensive. Eager to give us this explanation. Like a kid who studied the wrong chapter, but really wants to answer the question anyway. He flipped backward a few pages, then forward again, like he couldn't decide which part to show me next. I pressed her a bit, he said. So you're saying Ray was poisoned at work? I asked. That whatever got on his thermos came from the lab. She nodded. Yes, she said. Those places keep all kinds of chemicals. You hear things? There was this rag on the wall with a sign. The guys joked about it. I mean, I didn't see it, but he told me. I remembered that conversation. Me tossing the story out at dinner like a weird detail from the day. Her laughing, saying college kids are psychos, and then changing the subject. I asked her if she knew what thallium was, Palmer said. She shook her head, he went on. All I know is they said it was rat poison, she said. And that it was rare. The doctor said it was rare. They said it like it had to come from somewhere special. Where else would it come from but that lab? He closed the folder half an inch, keeping his thumb inside to hold his place. She kept circling back to that idea, he said. It must be the lab. It has to be the lab. Like if she said it enough, we'd write it down as fact. On the tape, he told me every time she said lab, her fingers drew a slightly tighter circle around the cup rim. That little motion, he said. Her finger on the edge of the cup. That's the part that really bothered me when I watched it later. She wasn't aware she was doing it. People don't fake that kind of thing. Round and round, right where your mouth would go. I swallowed, suddenly hyper-aware of all the cups I'd ever put to my lips without thinking. What about when she talked about me almost dying, I asked. Was she anything? He slid his thumb a little further under the pages like he was remembering the sequence. I asked her, he said, why take him off life support when you did not accusing? Just asking for her perspective. She said, the doctor said there was no point. He recited. He was in pain. It wasn't going to get better. I didn't want him to suffer. I thought that's what he would want. Did she cry, then I asked? No, he said. She looked at her hands, at the little water ring on the table. She traced it once, then she said, we'd been through so much already. The lawsuit, the stress. It felt like the universe had decided enough was enough. The lawsuit, I repeated. Yeah, he said. We'll get to that. We sat there for a moment listening to the neighborhood wind down. A door slammed down the row. Someone turned on a TV loud enough that a laugh track floated out a window. In the observation booth, Palmer said one of the younger detectives said, she doesn't look like a killer. And the older guy next to him said, neither does my aunt, and I wouldn't drink anything she made if she was mad at me. Despite everything, a short, ugly laugh escaped me. It's not a look, he went on. There's no haircut for puts poison on thermos threads. What we had by the end of that interview was a woman who knew your routine down to the ice cubes, who had trace amounts of thallium in her system, who could tell a neat little story about how it might have gotten into her child, and who stayed very, very calm while describing your body falling apart. He closed the folder fully, now the flap of cardboard a soft finality. And we had a pitcher in your fridge that tested cleaner than a church kitchen, he said. Her iced tea story gives us a reason she might have a little in her, and why Angela might have a little in hers. But it does not explain why we only find the stuff on one place in your entire house. He looked at me, really looked. On the tape, he said quietly, there's a moment where she stops circling that cup and just presses her thumb down on the rim like she's grinding something in. It only lasts a second. Blink and you miss it. But once you've seen it, it's hard to unsee. That night, when Jenna came home from running errands, she moved around the kitchen like she always had. Shoes off by the door keys and the bowl purse on the counter. I sat at the table watching. She took the pitcher out of the fridge. The same cloudy plastic, the same yellowed lid. Ice cubes clinked as she lifted it. "You want some?" she asked. Her voice was casual, the kind of casual that feels rehearsed. "I'm good," I said. She poured herself a glass. Tea hitting glass, ice shifting. She lifted it, thumb resting right where the rim met the air. Some people shut down when they're scared, I reminded myself. Some people sound cold when they're actually breaking inside. That's what I told myself. But once you've heard the iced tea story in a room with a blinking red light, and once you know the pitcher was clean, it's hard to unsee where her fingers always seem to land. 6.2. The new thermos. By the time they officially said the word paused, it was already winter. Cases do not really end, not the kind like mine. They just get quieter. The calls slow down. The follow-up visits space out. The detectives stop asking the same questions in slightly different ways and start using phrases like "for now" and "we'll see what the DA wants to do." Palmer came by less. When he did, he stayed shorter. He talked more about resource allocation and other active cases, as if my life had been nudged to the back burner on a stove no one was watching. "You're not off my board," he said once, hand on the porch rail. "It's just, nobody upstairs wants to push this without something new." Something new. That night, the house was quiet in that way that makes every little sound feel like it is happening inside your skull. The TV was off a dark rectangle in the corner of the living room. Angela was in her room with the door cracked, a nightlight casting a faint stripe of yellow onto the hallway carpet. I was at the kitchen table, not really doing anything. Just sitting there with a glass of water, listening to the wall clock on the far wall go tick, tick, tick. Each one a tiny hammer on my nerves. The fridge hummed, then clicked off, leaving the silence thicker. Outside the parking lot, lights had come on. Sodium vapor haze bled through the blinds over the sink, painting thin orange lines across the counter. I checked the time, 8:47 p.m. Jenna was late, but late in the way that did not automatically mean anything. She'd said she needed to run to the store. She'd said it like she always did when she wanted to be out of the house without too many follow-up questions. I told myself she was buying cereal, milk, maybe more tea, normal things. The deadbolt turned. The sound was small but sharp in the quiet metal teeth sliding against each other. The front door opened with a soft woof as cold air pushed in around it. "Hey," Jenna called. "It's just me." Plastic bags rustled as she stepped inside. The door shut, deadbolt turned back. Her footsteps moved down the short hallway, muted thumps on the runner. She came into the kitchen carrying 2 shopping bags, one plastic, one paper. She set them on the counter with a double thump, then exhaled, like she'd been holding her breath all the way from the parking lot. The light above the sink buzzed faintly, the bulb giving off that tired, yellowing glow that makes everything look a little older. "Got stuck behind some idiot who didn't know what green lights mean," she said, half to me, half to the cabinet she was opening. I watched her as she started unpacking. To anyone else, it would have been a normal scene, a woman emptying her grocery bags at the end of a long day. Box of pasta, jar of cheap sauce, cereal, a loaf of store-brand bread with a crimped plastic tie. Then she reached into the paper bag and pulled out something that didn't belong with food. It caught the light as it came up, navy blue, sleek stainless steel, still wrapped in a crackling rectangle of plastic. It was a thermos. New. taller than my old one by a couple inches, shiny enough to reflect a warped version of the kitchen ceiling. She set it down on the counter with a crisp cack against the laminate right where the gray one used to sit when it was waiting to be filled. There, she said, dusting her hands like she'd just finished a complicated task. Figured it was time. My mouth went dry. Time for what I asked, though I already knew. She peeled the plastic off in one practiced motion, the wrapper making a crinkling hiss before she crushed it in her fist and tossed it toward the trash. It missed, hit the floor, slid up against the cabinet kickboard. The old one was gross, she said lightly. Scratched, stained, probably full of God knows what from all those job sites. This one will keep your tea colder. She said it like it was an act of kindness. My heart did a slow, heavy turn in my chest, like something sinking and hitting a new bottom. What? What did you do with the old one? I asked. She didn't look at me. She was turning the new thermos over in her hands, inspecting the bottom, the cap, the seal. Tossed it, she said. Dumpster behind the store. Didn't think we needed a shrine to the damn thing. The words hit me harder than I was ready for. A dumpster behind the store. The gray thermos, the place Palmer's tech had found thallium embedded in the threads where the lid screwed on. The only object in our entire house that had tested hot. The one piece of physical evidence that tied the poison straight to my mouth. In the span of a casual sentence, it was now buried under coffee grounds and cardboard in some anonymous metal box behind a strip mall. Erased. She unscrewed the lid of the new thermos, the threads sliding smooth, not yet worn enough to make a noise. The sound was too clean. It felt wrong. Listen, she said, holding it up like a gadget in a commercial double-wall insulation leak. Proof even has one of those little pop-up spouts. The guy at the store said it's their best seller. She smiled. The smile didn't reach her eyes. There was a cold, hollow place in my chest that decided this was not a replacement. This was a reset. The investigation slowing down, the old thermos gone, a brand new cup ready to take its place on the counter, ready to be filled, ready to be trusted. My mind flicked back fast and hot to Palmer on the porch. Your house was clean. Your water was clean. The only place we found that stuff was right where your lips went day after day. I stared at the new thermos like it was a weapon someone had laid on the counter and asked me to pick up. Not pointed at my head specifically. Just on the table, in reach. My fingers twitched. I thought you liked the gray one, I said quietly. She shrugged, twisting the cap back on and off, testing the feel. It's just a thing, she said. It did its job. Now it's time for one that doesn't look like it's been through a war. It had been through something worse than a war. It had been through me. Through my mornings. Through my veins. A silence stretched between us. Behind it, the clock kept ticking, indifferent. Here, she said, stepping toward me. Feel it. It's lighter than it looks. She held it out. For a moment, I thought about not taking it. About letting it hang there between us. About saying something like, I'm good, and watching to see what happened to her face when the script changed. Instead, I did what I had been doing for almost a year. I played along. I reached out and wrapped my hand around the cool metal. The contact was like a switch being thrown in my head. In the space of a heartbeat, the kitchen was gone. I was back in a hospital bed, 2 a.m. Lights dimmed just that thin bar of fluorescence from the hallway slicing across the floor. Sprite cup on the tray. Shadow moving at the edge of my vision. Someone's hand near the rim doing something I could not quite see. A voice, you should drink something. It'll help. I felt again the confusion, the heaviness, the way my stomach had rolled as that metallic bitterness hit my tongue. The flash of a silhouette when the nurse burst in monitors, screaming. The way the shadow slipped out of the frame like smoke. Heat surged up my neck into my face, my hand clenched without meaning to. The edge of the thermos slipped against my palm, the smooth metal rotating. My fingers lost their grip. It dropped. The sound it made on the kitchen floor was shockingly loud, a sharp ringing clang as metal hit tile, followed by a smaller roll clatter when it bounced and wobbled to a stop near the base of the cabinets. Jesus Ray Jenna snapped. I flinched more from the echo in my bones than from her voice. Angela's door flew open down the hall. Dad, she called, bare feet slapping on the carpet as she ran toward the kitchen. What happened? Are you okay? I'm fine, I said automatically, though my heart was racing, palms slick. She appeared in the doorway, hair mussed eyes wide. You dropped something, she said unnecessarily. Jenna bent to pick the thermos up. The overhead light caught in her hair, outlining her shoulders. She straightened, checking the side for dents, like you would check a child for bruises after a fall. It's fine, she said. Then she looked at me. Her mouth was smiling a small, practiced curve. Her eyes were not. Careful, she said, voice light but not soft. You'll break the only thing that still makes your life easier. My skin crawled. For a second, I wasn't sure if she meant the thermos, the routine, or herself. She set the new thermos back on the counter, just a little closer to the edge of my reach. The clock ticked behind her, keeping time with a pulse I could feel in my throat. In another house on another street, it would have been a normal scene. A clumsy husband, a new purchase, a small scolding. In mine, it felt like watching someone slide a fresh magazine into a gun and lay it gently on the table between us. 6-3. The case goes cold, my house stays warm. They do not tell you a case is dead all at once. It comes in stages. First, fewer phone calls, then longer gaps between updates. Then the language starts to change when turns into, if we're working on it, turns into we're waiting to hear, and after a while, even that disappears. The day it became official, the weather had warmed up just enough that the snow in the parking lot turned into gray slush that splashed whenever a car rolled through. The duplex smelled faintly like wet carpet and reheated pasta. I was at the kitchen table again because that was where I lived now. A glass of tap water sat in front of me in a cup I had watched myself. The HVAC kicked on, then off the vents, making that low throat-clearing sound they always did before settling into a steady hum. Palmer knocked once, then let himself in when I yelled from the table. He looked different, but only because I knew him better now. Same sport coat, same tired eyes. But there was a slouch to his shoulders that hadn't been there the first time he'd stepped onto my porch. He closed the door behind him, wiped a bit of slush off his shoes on the mat, and came into the kitchen. Got a minute, he asked, even though it was obvious I had nothing but minutes. Yeah, I said. He took the chair across from me. The wooden legs creaked against the linoleum. Upstairs, Angela ran across her room. The old floorboards complained in a long, drawn-out creak. She jumped, the sound changed to a dull thud as she landed. Normal kid noises. They felt like they were happening in another house. Palmer rested his hands on the table, palms down, like he was trying to ground himself before saying whatever he'd come to say. I already knew. People have a tone they use for bad news they can't fix. The DA made a decision, he said. He didn't dance around it. That was one thing about him I respected. When he had to cut, he didn't saw slow. They're not pursuing charges, he continued. Not right now. The words felt like they got caught in the airflow from the vent, chopped up and blown around the room until I couldn't tell where they'd landed. Why I asked, even though I also already knew that answer. He let out a slow breath through his nose. "Because we can't put a bottle in her hand," he said quietly. "We don't have the rat poison. We don't have a witness who saw her dosing anything. We've got the thermos, which is now sitting in a landfill somewhere. We've got the hair tests, which show you were poisoned repeatedly for almost a year. We've got motive, money, control, exhaustion. But we don't have a video of her sprinkling rat poison on the threads. We don't have a confession. And juries like something they can see." The HVAC hum deepened for a second, then leveled out. "What about the iced tea story?" I asked. "The pitcher being clean," he nodded. "It's suspicious," he said. "It's weird. It makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck. But weird and suspicious don't beat a defense attorney standing up in court and saying, 'Ladies and gentlemen, my client is grieving. The state is trying to send her to prison based on the way she tells a story and her husband's thermos.'" He wiped a thumb along a nick in the tabletop. "I pushed," he said. "Believe me, I laid it all out." But the DA looks at his board and sees a murdered kid, a missing woman, a string of burglaries where people are actually bleeding on camera. And then he looks at you alive, recovering. And he thinks, "This one's complicated. This one's risky. This one can wait." Upstairs, Angela's footsteps paused. A drawer slid open with a soft shaft, then shut. "So what does that mean?" I asked. My voice sounded flat even to my own ears. "It means," he said slowly, "that for now the case is inactive. Not closed, not solved. Inactive." A word that sounded like a button someone had switched off in a back-end system. "They're not going to keep burning hours on it without something new," he said. "New evidence, new witness, a confession, a mistake." I let that sink in. The house seemed to get smaller with every syllable. "So she just goes on," I said. He looked me in the eye. "You're not crazy for being scared of her," he said quietly. "You're not crazy for connecting the dots the way you have. But officially, legally, as far as the state of Pennsylvania is concerned, nobody is guilty of what happened to you." The HVAC clicked off. The sudden absence of noise was almost louder than the hum had been. We sat there in that new silence, listening to the tick, tick of the wall clock, the dull rhythm of Angela's feet above us, the distant whoosh of a car rolling through slush outside. "So that's it," I said. "For now," he repeated. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a card, slid it across the table. I didn't need it. His number was burned into my phone and my brain, but I took it anyway. "If anything changes," he said. "If you see anything, hear anything, if she says something, you call me." I picked up the card, turned it over. There was nothing on the back, just white paper. "What if she doesn't say anything?" I asked. "What if she never says a word?" He pushed his chair back a little. The legs scraped on the floor again. "Then you keep doing what you're doing," he said. "You take your meds. You go to your checkups. You get stronger. You protect yourself in the ways you can." And he shrugged one shoulder. "I keep a drawer labeled with your name and I don't let anybody forget it's there." He stood, hesitated, like he wanted to say something else, then just nodded. "Lock your doors," he said. He left. The front door closed with a soft thunk, the deadbolt turned, and then it was just me and the empty kitchen again. My house felt warm. The heater kicked back on a minute later, warm air sighing from the vent above the stove. A good thing normally, a sign that the system was working. But sitting there with the detective's words still echoing in my head, that warm air felt like breath on the back of my neck. Jenna came home an hour later with a plastic bag from Walmart and a paper cup with a coffee shop logo on it. She set the bag on the counter, kissed Angela on the head, when our daughter barreled into the kitchen begging for cookies and asked me, "How was your day?" I thought about saying, "They're not going to charge you." Instead, I said, "Quiet." She poured pasta into a pot, filled it with water, set it on the stove. The click, click, click of the burner igniting sounded like a Geiger counter in my head. She moved easily in that kitchen. Open this cabinet, reach for that drawer, grab this spoon, that knife. The new Navy thermos sat in its usual spot, upright and patient. The DA's decision didn't change the way she moved. It just changed what I knew while watching her. That night, after Angela fell asleep and the dishwasher rumbled on its slow cycle, we went to bed. Lying down had been the worst part, back when the pain was at its peak. My legs had screamed, nerves misfiring. Now it was easier to get comfortable. The physical hurt had dulled, replaced by something sharper and less visible. The bedroom was dark, except for the thin line of orange from the parking lot light, sneaking in around the edge of the blinds. Jenna slid into bed next to me, the mattress dipping under her weight. The blanket shifted. The sheets smelled like detergent, and something familiar that had for a long time meant safety. She rolled onto her side, facing away from me. I could see the outline of her shoulders, the loose halo of her hair on the pillow. Her breathing settled into a slow, even rhythm. In the quiet, the house itself made small animal noises. A pipe clicked in the wall. A distant cabinet in the kitchen eased back into place with a soft thud. The upstairs floor creaked once as the wood cooled. Then from the kitchen, the electric kettle we kept near the stove clicked to life. The sound knifed through the silence, tiny relay closing, faint whine growing as the heating element kicked on. We hadn't set it. The kettle hummed, building to that thin, high ee that meant water was approaching boiling. It cut off a few seconds later as the auto shutoff did its job. I stared at the ceiling. In my head, I saw the scene the sound implied, the dark kitchen lit only by the oven clock, the kettle on its base. The light on the switch ticked down. A figure standing there alone, waiting for water to heat. Cup on the counter. Powder or crystals or liquid from some old container no one had found yet. Spoon stirring. Steam curling up, catching in the yellow cone of the overhead light. The bed shifted. Jenna rolled slightly, not fully waking, one arm slipping across my chest. To anyone else, it would have looked like a loving gesture. All I could think about was how close her hands were to where my heart lived. The case was cold. The file was in a drawer. The DA had moved on. But my house was warm. Warm with breath, with bodies, with water heating in kettles, and tea in pitchers, and the lingering memory of poison on steel threads. Somewhere between the tick of the clock and the sigh of the vents, I made a decision. The next morning, Jenna stood at the counter with the Navy thermos in one hand and the pitcher in the other. "You want tea?" she asked, just like every morning before all of this. The liquid sloshed as she lifted the pitcher. "I'm trying to drink more water," I said. "Doctor's orders." She frowned for a second. It was small, but I caught it. "Water's boring," she said. "That's kind of the point," I answered. She shrugged and poured the tea anyway, capping the thermos with that smooth, nearly silent twist. She set it on the table in front of me the way she always had. Close, familiar, easy to reach. "I made it how you like it," she said. I looked at it, at the neat seam where the lid met the body, at the narrow ring of metal my lips would touch if I tipped it up. My hand did not move. I reached instead for the plain glass of water sitting next to it, finally, as significant as any medical treatment I'd been given. If she noticed, she didn't say anything. Maybe she thought I was still too damaged to be dangerous. Maybe she thought my nerves were too fried to pick up on small changes. She thought my nerves were destroyed. She had no idea I could still feel every single time she put a cup in front of me. 7.21. Present day red light on. There is a small red light glowing on my laptop right now. It is nothing dramatic, just the tiny LED on a cheap USB microphone I ordered online because the guy from the horror channel said it would help with clarity. It sits on my kitchen table on top of a placemat with a faded sunflower print aimed at my mouth, like it's waiting for a confession. The wall clock above the fridge says 11:47 p.m. The second hand ticks just loud enough to ride on top of the dull whir of the laptop fan. Outside the window, the parking lot is mostly dark. One of the sodium lights at the far end is doing that slow blink thing on for a few seconds off, for a few more, so that every so often, the cars out there appear and disappear like they never fully decided to exist. If the channel ever reads this, they'll probably dress it up. Maybe they'll say the man sat alone at his kitchen table or the apartment was quiet, except for the hum of old appliances. I'm trying to give you the pieces so they do not have to guess. I've got the recording software open on my screen. The waveform, the jagged line that shows my voice, is a still straight line right now. I hit record a few minutes ago, then stopped, then started again. The laptop has a little click sound it plays every time I do that, like a camera shutter taking pictures of all the times I almost talked. You should know why I am doing this. I am not sending this to get famous. I am not trying to go viral or to have my story animated with spooky sound effects. I do not want a movie deal. If anything, I'm counting on the fact that the only people who will sit through this are the ones who like listening to strangers suffer in the dark. I am doing this because in this town, my story has already been filed under complicated and too hard, and maybe we circle back someday. I have to live with it anyway. If I am going to lie awake with this every night, someone else can lose a little sleep too. Someone out there should know that this actually happened to a real man in a duplex with a cheap stove and bad insulation. The kettle on the counter behind me is full. I can hear the water shifting inside when the fridge compressor kicks on and the counter vibrates just a little. I haven't turned it on. Not yet. The detective used to tell me to stay grounded in the present. So here's the present. My legs don't scream anymore. My hair never grew back exactly right, and my wife is asleep in the next room, breathing slow and even. I bring the cursor over the record button. The red light on the mic is already on, but when I hit record this time, another small indicator pops up on the screen, a tiny red dot in the corner of the program window. It stares back like an unblinking eye. Okay. I say out loud, more to myself than to the future audience. My voice sounds strange in my own ears, rougher than it used to, a little slower. Okay. This is Ray. I'm the guy with the thermos you heard about if they picked this one to read. The waveform jumps. The program is listening now. I'm sitting in my kitchen. I continue in the same house where all of this started, and where most of it never stopped. If you hear cheap appliances and my crappy fridge in the background, congratulations, you're getting the real experience. My hand is wrapped around a plain glass of water. I make sure the mic can see the glass when I lift it and set it down so the soft thunk registers. I reached out to the channel because I've spent the last couple of years being a case file, a medical mystery, an almost obituary I tell the mic. This is my shot at being something else. A voice. A person who survived something ugly and has to keep living in the same place where it happened. I pause. The cursor keeps counting up seconds. I don't want healing, I add. I'm not here for closure. I know that's the part of the video where some of you check out anyway. So I'll say it now, there's no neat bow on this. No moral, no, it made me stronger. I am telling you what happened because it did. That's all. I swallow. my throat clicks. The mic is sensitive enough to pick it up. From somewhere in the guts of the building, a pipe knocks once, like someone hitting it with a finger. Old buildings do that when the heat cycles off and on. I know that. I still wait one beat, half expecting something to follow. Nothing does. On your screen, I say this is probably labeled something like, "I drank poison for almost a year and the killer slept next to me." Or "The man whose thermos tried to kill him." The title doesn't really matter. Just know that from my side, it started way smaller than that. It started with iced tea, stainless steel, and the idea that the person pouring it loved me. The words hang in the air over the table. I can see them as if they're printed in the waveform. I'm not going to go over every medical detail again, I say. If the channel picked this, they already told you about my legs burning, my hair falling out, the doctors guessing wrong the word thallium landing like a brick. You already know about the gray thermos. What I want you to feel sitting wherever you are, maybe in your car or on your couch or in your bed, is what it's like right now. Months after the DA shrugged. Years after the hospital smell washed out of my clothes. While the kettle behind me is still full and still cold. Behind me, the fridge shuts off with a click. The kitchen leans into a deeper quiet. The mic's red light glows steady and patient. You want to know the worst part? I ask it. It's not the pain. It's not the hospital or the tests or the fact that my own body turned traitor. It's that in a few minutes, I am going to turn this recording off, save the file, attach it to an email, and send it to a channel that will turn it into content. You'll listen to it while you do the dishes or drive home from work, and when it's over, most of you will tap the little arrow and move on to the next story. I'll still be here, sitting in this kitchen, with the same woman in the next room, with the same pipes and the same kettle and the same memory of metal threads scraping under my fingers. I stop to breathe. The cursor keeps counting. From the sink, there's a sudden clink of ceramic against ceramic. I freeze. There's a stack of dishes in the drying rack, 2 plates, a mug, a bowl. I washed them 2 hours ago. Nothing is touching them now. No breeze, no vibration big enough to... Another tiny tap, like one cup settling against another. The skin on my forearms tightens, goosebumps rolling up from my wrists to my elbows. I'm going to leave that in, I say quietly to the mic. That sound you just heard. That wasn't a sound effect. That was a cup in my sink moving when nothing else in this room is. I wait. Silence. Just the clock doing its job. Old buildings, I say finally, but the words do not convince even me. They creak. They settle. Sometimes dishes shift. That's what everyone tells me. That's what I used to tell myself even before the poison, when we'd hear knocks in the walls or the pipes banging. I glance at the recording time. I've been talking for a while. Time collapses when you're confessing. Anyway, I say, forcing myself back on track. If the channel cut that out for pacing, take it from me, it happened. And that's kind of the point of this whole thing. The case is cold. The evidence drawer is closed. The detective has other problems. My wife goes to work, goes to Walmart, comes home, asks if I want tea. The paperwork moved on. My house didn't. The laptop fan kicks up a notch, blowing warm air against my wrists. Right now, I tell you, if I stand up and walk 3 steps to my left, I can fill the kettle. I can press the switch and listen to it whine and click off and pour the water into whatever cup someone has left on the counter for me. I won't. But I could. I let that hang there because it's the closest I can get to explaining the kind of horror this is. Not the jump, not the scream, not the shadow in the doorway. The ability to walk right up to the thing that almost killed you and know that no one is coming to pull you back. The red light is still on. The kettle is still off. The cup in the sink has gone quiet. If you've made it this far, I say you know more about what happened to me than most people in this town ever will. You're hearing it in my words, not in a report or a summary or a 30-second segment on the news. I flex my fingers on the tabletop. The wood is warm under my palms. When this file leaves my house, I add, it'll be the first piece of this story that gets out of these walls without being filtered through somebody else's agenda. Not a doctor's, not a lawyer's, not a cop's, not my wife's, just mine. And the kettle if it decides to join in. I reach toward the trackpad to stop the recording. My hand hovers there for a second. If you're hearing all of this, it means I did press it at some point. It means the red light went dark and the story left my kitchen. But in the moment sitting there with the cursor blinking and the night pressing against the window, it feels like once I click that little square, I'll never be completely alone with this again. The horror channel will get their content. You will get your story. My house will stay warm. 7.2. The sound of a cup being placed in front of you. If you listen to enough horror stories, you start to think the scariest sounds are the obvious ones. The scream, the door slam, the footsteps in the hallway when you live alone. For me, it's none of those. For me, the sound I can't get away from is a cup being set down on a table. It is such a small sound that most people never even register it. A soft thup sometimes with a little ring if it's ceramic on wood, or a tuck if it's plastic on metal. You've heard it your entire life at breakfast, in break rooms, at family dinners. It's the audio punctuation mark at the end of the sentence. Here, this is for you. I used to love that sound. It meant coffee in the morning, iced tea in the afternoon, a beer handed to me after a long day on a ladder. It meant someone thought about me for the 10 seconds it took to fill something and bring it over. Now it is my brain's built-in jump scare. Let me show you what I mean. Close your eyes if you want. Just listen. First sound, grrk. That's the noise the threads on my old gray thermos made when Jenna twisted the lid on every morning. Not the first time when it was new and smooth, but after years of being dropped on concrete and kicked around job sites. The metal had worn spots, the lid had tiny burrs you could feel if you ran your thumb along them. Every morning, 5:30 a.m., the kitchen half-lit Angela's cartoon on low in the living room. Gruck as she sealed my day inside. My cue to grab my keys, kiss my kid's cereal sticky cheek, and head out. I didn't know I was listening to someone cock the hammer back. Second sound, tuck. Hospital tray, 2:00 a.m., Sprite in a flimsy, clear cup. My hand strapped loosely to the rail so I wouldn't accidentally rip the IV out in my sleep. Pain boiling in my legs, skin too tight. There's a shape at the edge of my vision. Weight near the side of the bed. The silhouette bends, does something with the cup I can't quite see. I hear liquid move. Then that little tuck as plastic meets plastic when someone sets the cup down on the tray table. You should drink something, the voice says. I pick it up. The bottom makes a faint stick slip against the tray, as I inch it closer. The first sip tastes like sugar and metal and the dirty side of a coin you picked off the ground and forgot to wash. The cup might as well have been a gun muzzle. In the recording, if the channel left it in, I probably just called it Sprite. But my nervous system remembers it as the sound of a second chance to die. Third sound, scritch, scritch. Doctor's office months earlier. My legs already starting to feel off my feet, buzzing like they're full of bees. I sit on the paper-covered table, the kind that sticks to the back of your knees when you stand up. Stress, the first doctor says. Overwork. Maybe a mild neuropathy. We'll try some meds. He slides a form across the desk, a prescription, a work note I don't even remember now. He pushes a ballpoint pen toward me. I pick it up. The tip drags over the paper as I sign my name. Scritch, scritch. I remember thinking, my handwriting looks shaky today. Same sound when I signed the life insurance documents at our kitchen table. Same ink scratching down. Same muscles moving my hand. Nobody hears a pen and thinks, this is part of how you die. Fourth sound flap. Chem lab. First week on campus. We're rewiring a room that looks like every movie's idea of where bad science happens. Brown bottles, handwritten labels, old warnings curling at the edges. There's a rag hanging by the sink, stiff and stained in a color that doesn't quite look like any real spill I know. Above it, a scrap of paper taped to the tile, thallium wipe rag, touch and die. One of the student workers walks by, laughs. Someone's idea of a joke, he says, and flicks the paper with his fingers. The paper lifts up and falls back with a soft flap, brushing the rag. I remember that sound. The way the rag swung a little, the way my skin crawled, even as I told myself it was stupid, dramatic. Years later, when Palmer told me they tested that rag and found nothing, that soft paper sound became something else in my head. Not danger, not warning, just misdirection. A flap of paper the universe shakes in your face so you don't look at the person standing right next to you holding the real weapon. Fifth sound, clack. Months after the hospital. Investigation dragging. Me walking like an old man at 36. Jenna comes home with a navy thermos, shiny and new. Slaps it down on the counter. Clack against the laminate. The old one was gross, she says. This will keep your tea colder. She says she threw the gray one in the dumpster behind the store. The thermos hits the counter like a cell door closing. My heart drops a floor. I reach for it, and the metal slips. It hits the tile. A louder clang, then a wobbling roll. Angela runs in. Jenna's eyes go hard for a second before the smile snaps back into place. Careful, she says. You'll break the only thing that still makes your life easier. All of those sounds, they live in my head like a playlist from hell. But here is where you come in. Because this part isn't about what happened back then. It's about what happens every day now. Right now, as I'm talking into this microphone, Jenna is in the bedroom with the door almost closed. The blue light from the TV leaks out under the crack, turning the hallway carpet a sick aquarium color. Netflix murmurs on low some crime show or true story about some other family that will never know my name. Angela doesn't live here anymore. She's in a dorm 2 states away studying something practical. She comes home on holidays, leaves her suitcase by the door, still calls this home, even though I don't know if I do. When she's here, the house sounds like it used to, cabinet doors, running water, the familiar staccato of her voice bouncing from room to room. Most nights, though, it's just me and Jenna and the appliances. The electric kettle sits on the counter within my line of sight. Black plastic base, stainless body. You press the little lever, it clicks down the indicator. Light glows, water heats, and when it's done, the lid pops with that distinct clack that makes you think of a tongue snapping against the roof of a mouth. When I started recording this, the kettle was off. I know because I checked it twice. I don't hear the lever go down. I don't hear footsteps crossing the kitchen, or a drawer, or the creak of the bedroom door. What I do hear halfway through a sentence about how you all will probably listen to this while folding laundry or scrolling through your phones is the faint whine of the heating element coming to life. It starts low and climbs a thin electric "aye" under the laptop fan. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. I didn't turn that on, I say. I don't know if the mic catches that part or if I only think it. The water starts to bubble. The noise gets louder, then evens out. I picture the switch, how little pressure it takes to push it down, how easy it would be to brush it with a wrist while setting a cup on the counter. How easy it would be to tell yourself you just bumped it, that it doesn't mean you meant anything by it. Then the kettle reaches its threshold. The lid pops. Clack. I jump in my seat. Not a full-body spasm like before, just a sharp jerk that makes the chair legs squeak and the mic wobble. The waveform on the screen spikes. If you're hearing this in audio form, they might have layered a sound effect over that something extra scary, boiling louder than mine, does metal rattling for drama. But I am telling you, the real sound of it in my kitchen was small. Small and enough. I wait, listening for footsteps, for the soft slap of bare feet on linoleum, for the quiet clink of a spoon in a mug. Nothing. It might be a timer. One of those habits you build without thinking after years of doing the same thing at the same time. Maybe she hit it before lying down planning to make tea during the next episode. Maybe she forgot. That is how I have to frame it to keep breathing, maybe. Because here is what I haven't told anyone but Palmer. And now whoever's ears this ends up in, I believe my wife poisoned me. Not because of one big revelation, not because I walked in on her holding a white bottle over my cup with a wicked smile. Because of 1,000 small sounds that line up too neatly. The grrk of a lid, the took of a cup, the scritch of a pen, the flap of a false warning, the clack of replacement. Because the hair on my arms stands up every time something touches the rim of a glass I didn't pour myself. Because the only place they ever found that metal in my life was exactly where it needed to be to get inside me. I haven't told Angela. What would I say? Hey kiddo, remember all the times your mom took care of me while I screamed into a hospital pillow? There's a decent chance she's the reason I was in that bed. I haven't told my mother. Her heart's bad enough as it is. I haven't told friends. The few I have left are the kind who bring beer over in six-packs and don't ask too many questions. They would hear me say my wife tried to kill me and think it's a joke until they realized I wasn't laughing. I told Palmer, and Palmer told the DA, and the DA told him in so many careful words that my suspicions, plus his evidence, equal a story, not a conviction. So I stay. I stay because my body still has days where climbing the stairs feels like squeezing through the neck of a bottle. I stay because the mortgage is in both our names, and the settlement money that paid for half of everything has her dead husband's ghost all over it. I stay because if I leave and something happens to Angela when she's home for Thanksgiving, I will never forgive myself for not being here to stand between them. I stay, and I listen. To the sound of a cup being placed in front of me. Every time she does it, morning, evening, holidays, random Tuesdays, it's the same choreography. Cup on the counter, liquid poured, maybe ice, maybe a spoon, then the walk over, the reach, the tiny, almost inaudible thup when it meets the table within my reach. There you go, she says. And I smile and nod and wrap my hand around the glass just long enough to make it look natural before I set it aside and reach for the one I filled myself. If you are listening to this right now, wherever you are, you probably have a drink nearby. Coffee, water, something green in a jar because someone on the internet told you it's good for you. Think about the last time someone else handed you one. Set it down in front of you. That small, weighty sound. Here, this is for you. Most of you will never have a reason to doubt what's in it. I hope it stays that way. 7.3. The cold ending. What your hair remembers. The last time I saw Palmer in person, he did not come with a folder. No fat stack of papers. No manila envelope with my name written on tape. Just him, his coat, and the same tired eyes he'd had the first time he knocked on my door. It was raining a little. Not enough to make a scene, just enough to put a sheen on the parking lot and make the street lamps smear in the puddles. He stood on the porch, shook a bit of water off his sleeves, and asked if he could come in for a minute. We sat at the kitchen table, same chairs, same clock ticking above the fridge. Jenna had taken Angela to the grocery store, so for once, the house was just me, the detective, and the noises the building makes when it thinks no one is listening. He slid something across the table. Not a whole folder, just a single sheet of paper and a plastic sleeve. "I thought you should have a copy," he said. I pulled it out. The paper was heavier than regular printer stock, the kind labs use when they want things to feel official. Across the top was my name, my date of birth, a case number. Below that, there was a graph. One straight horizontal line, the timeline running left to right, labeled in weeks. Along it, rising and falling, were a series of black spikes, some narrow, some wide. A jagged skyline of my last year. "That's your hair," he said, or what the lab pulled out of it. Each spike had a small date range printed under it in tiny numbers. 11 months back, 10, 9, 8, all the way up to that last long peak around the time I was strapped to a hospital bed, asking God out loud for the first time in my life to pick a side. Every time they found a higher concentration of thallium in a section, he said, tapping one of the spikes, they marked it. "That's one dose, or one cluster. Depends how often it was given." His fingernail made a faint tick each time it hit the paper. "So this is it," I said. "This is the story." He nodded. "In a way," he said. "It's a timeline inside a timeline. You could lay this over a calendar of your life and line it up. Here's where he went to the lab for the first time. Here's where he signed the insurance. Here's where he went to the ER. Here's where his wife says she started noticing he was tired." He sat back. "You can see where it ramps up," he added. "Those last months. Whoever was doing this got bolder, or more desperate." I stared at the page. If I had seen this earlier, I said, could it have changed anything? He thought about that longer than I expected. "Medically," he said finally. "Maybe not. Once it's in you, it's doing what it's going to do. We can try to flush it out, but we can't rewind." Legally, he shrugged. "If we'd had this on day one, maybe I could have made a louder noise an earlier day, but I don't know if that would have changed minds above my pay grade. Some stories don't get believed until they're already over." He left the page with me. After he went, I put it back in the sleeve and tucked it into the back of one of those cheap accordion folders you get in the school supply aisle. It lives now in the same drawer as old electric bills and Angela's report cards. A timeline of my poisoning wedged between proof I paid the gas company and a note from a teacher saying my kid is a pleasure to have in class. I took it out tonight before I started recording this. It's propped up now against the napkin holder just off camera. On the graph, 11 or 12 black spikes march across the line like fence posts. Each one is a day or a week when someone put something in front of me and I lifted it to my mouth because that is what you do when you trust the person who handed it to you. Every time Jenna twisted that thermos lid. Gruk. Every time a cup hit a bedside tray. Took. Every time I told myself I was being paranoid and drank anyway. I didn't feel those dots forming. I just felt tired, run down, getting older, working too much. By the time we read it back, the story had already been written inside my body. That's what gets me more than the pain, more than the fear, the idea that there was a whole narrative unfolding 1 millimeter at a time along strands of hair I kept clipping in the bathroom mirror, sweeping into the trash, letting wash down the drain. I lean forward now toward the laptop. The webcam light is on faint and white. The mic's red eye glows steady. I know you can't see me if this gets turned into audio, but I can see you in my head. Somebody in a car at a red light, fingers drumming on the steering wheel. Somebody on a couch phone, face down listening, while the room around them goes dark. Somebody in bed, earbuds in, looking at the ceiling, a glass of water or wine on the nightstand within easy reach. You probably think you're just passing time with a nice, spooky story. That when the voice stops, you'll stretch, yawn, maybe get up and rinse your cup before going to sleep. Here is the part where I reach through the screen a little. If you had hair pulled from your head right now, I say my voice low and laid out in a lab somewhere, it would tell a story too. The words feel heavy coming out, like they'd rather stay in my chest. Maybe it would only show cheap shampoo and bad sleep, too much caffeine, too many late nights under LED lights, the residue of a life that's hard but mostly ordinary. Or maybe I go on, there would be a dot, here and there, a spike that does not belong, something you never agreed to drink living inside you. The house is very quiet when I say that. From the bedroom, the TV finally clicks off. The strip of blue under the door disappears. There is a rustle of blankets, the sigh of a mattress. Someone turning over, getting comfortable beside an empty space. Behind me in the kitchen, there is a sound. It is small. You will probably only hear it if you're wearing headphones. A cup ceramic, by the pitch of it, is making contact with countertop. Not dropped, not slammed, just placed. Tuck. That's it. Not loud, not drawn out. Just that exact noise I have been hearing in my head for the last hour now, happening 3 feet behind my back, on the other side of the frame. I stop talking. The waveform on the screen smooths out into a straight line. The mic is still on. If the editor leaves it alone, you might hear the tiny intake of breath I don't quite let turn into a gasp. I do not turn around. At this point, there is nothing I can see that changes anything. If it's Jenna standing there, if it's a glass she rinsed and forgot to put away, settling in the rack, if it's just the building shifting and nudging something a fraction of an inch. None of those outcomes give me a life where this didn't happen. I look instead at the graph, at the dots, at the line that has already been drawn. You'll want to know, I say finally, whether that sound was her. I let the question hang there between us, between my table and wherever you are. I'm not going to answer it, I add, because in the end, it doesn't matter what I believe in this exact second. What matters is that somewhere in this house there is a cup I did not put down. And somewhere in your house or your car or your office there is a drink you did not make for yourself that you swallowed without a second thought. I let that roll around in the silence for a beat. You trust that your hair only remembers the things you chose, I say. The hair dye you thought was a good idea in college. The cigarettes you quit 5 years ago. The stress you tell yourself will get better after this quarter, this project, this year. You trust that if something was adding dots to your line without your consent, somebody would notice before it got bad. A doctor, a cop, a friend. I trusted that too. For a moment, I can hear my own heartbeat over the laptop fan. The cup behind me does not move again. The kettle is still off. I checked it before I sat down. That doesn't feel like comfort. It feels like a postponement. I'm going to end this recording now, I tell you, because there has to be a last line. Not because I feel safe, but because I can hear a cup behind me. And I would rather not know what is in it this time. My finger moves toward the trackpad. The red light on the mic burns steady. Somewhere very faintly, the clock ticks over to midnight.